We need the general motto. So general, so we can fit in as many people as we can. Start by asking you guys to do some quick intros and also do a voice test just to see that you're there. So let's start with General. General, good morning.
Good morning, Robert.
Thank you very much for agreeing to do this. I truly appreciate it, and you know we owe it to you. So thank you very much, General.
My pleasure.
Fantastic. Azawi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone, and I'm very privileged to be part of this platform. And
So
we
is
have
that a new...
I beg your pardon?
You have a cold. You sound like you have a cold.
Yeah, I always
You sound
have
like you have a cold.
Yeah, I always
How do you
have this in the morning, but I'll be okay later on during the day.
Okay, but
Yeah.
it's good, and thank you very much for agreeing to do this. I know I called you at very short notice, but thank you very much as well.
My pleasure.
Jackie Kemigisa, how are you?
Good.
Why do you sound scared and intimidated? Hello, Jackie, are you still there?
There's like a weird echo. There's a weird
Yes,
echo. I don't know if it's just me, but
it's
like
a bit. The sound is the sound is a bit hollow. Are you using a phone or with headphones?
No, I'm not, and I'm using headphones as well.
That's why.
Yeah.
Just stick to your phone without headphones. That sometimes it helps. So you can try that when we get started, yeah. But just say a quick hello. We can hear you loud and clear, though.
Oh, okay. So hi,
Yeah,
I'm here.
that sounds good. Oh, fantastic. And it's nice to have you, Jackie. And then I've got Maria. Maria, good morning.
Good morning, Robert.
How are you?
I am tired but fine.
Yeah, I can understand why. And in case I forget to say this, I want to thank you very much for being a responder and reaching out to the young people who are in jail.
It's the least we can do under the circumstances.
Understood. And we'll be looking forward to hearing those stories.
Cool.
Yeah. Rosebell, my young sister. Rosebell, how are you?
Hey, that. Why are you starting with this
Rosebell.
conversation? How are you?
I'm good. At least I'm not calling you a Muzukulu. So at least,
You're close. But I'm all right. How is everybody?
How is Dakar, Senegal?
It's good. It's all right.
Everyone is fine, I guess.
Yes, it's quiet.
Fantastic. Yeah, you guys had the change you wanted, so no wonder you're quiet. You're lucky, you guys. So let me check on Godwin. Godwin, good morning.
Good morning, Robert. Glad to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes. For a moment, I was worried. I thought they had collected you in the night and you won't be
here. We rebuke in the name of Jesus.
Well, even the guys who are the other side, I'm sure invoked it. But well, and then there is also Jacob. Jacob, good morning.
Good morning, and glad to be here.
What time is it where you are?
It's 2 a.m. right now, so
yeah, national duty. So you have no choice. And anyway, you're a doctor, so this is not anything strange. You guys get called up at strange hours of the night. So
yeah, so I'm glad to be here to join in the conversation.
Okay, so I just need to explain how we are going to do this, the structure of the conversation. First, I will start with you guys who are on the panel, and you will take us through, your perspectives. And each one of you has a perspective on the youth anti-corruption protests in Uganda that we need to hear from. That will be the first part, and then the second part, I will then open it up to hear from the public. Let the public speak out as well. So, and like I said in my post, I have all day, so I can, everyone will get a chance to have their say. I'll give each one 2 minutes so we can fit in as many people as we can. But for a start, I will just let you guys speak and give us perspectives. And I want to also welcome Raymond Mujuni, who is going to help me as co-host, because these things you never know. I could fall off for whatever reason, and then Raymond can continue. So Raymond, you're welcome.
Thank you, Robert. You should tell people you could be arrested, not fall off.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's
better. It's better to say that I could fall off. Anyway, where you are, you can continue without me.
okay,
Sorry.
no worries, that's fine.
Okay, right. So I'm going to start with you, Godwin. And Godwin, I'm just going to give you a few minutes to sort of paint a picture. What is this protest about, and how did we get to where we are? So just give us a background of how you guys, because you're one of the major players in this. So let us know.
Okay. You could say I'm a major player only by the virtue of the fact that I work with Apora, an organization that since the start of this year has.
I was careful not to call you a leader. So
so
but you've been very active.
Sure, we did the parliament exhibition that exposed mega graft at the Parliament of Uganda, lavish lifestyles, unexplained expenditures called corporate social responsibility that neither the judiciary nor the executive have. And from the explanation, we know it's something done by companies like MTN, the overreaches of the speaker and the deputy speaker, so many things with that house. Now, when we did that, normally you think that if the authorities in Uganda get to know of such gross abuses of state resources, they swing into action. So that wasn't the case. We kept doing this, and at some point it turned the other way around. The people at Agora were the ones being threatened, the ones that faced what the other people should face, the slut shaming of Agatha on social media, the bots that were paid up to say things here, and so many other things. Now, so one time, out of the blue, we see, I wouldn't say I was shocked, quite surprised, but not shocked to that, because what we exposed with the Parliament exhibition got so many people talking. It made national headlines, it went international and made some headlines there as well. Now, with that, people in Uganda were enraged. I mean, people who live in Uganda, like I do most of the time, know the realities of this country, that there are hospitals somewhere, maybe in West Nile or maybe Kapile-Byong, where someone will die because there's no 20,000 shillings in the hospital to buy gloves and maybe painkillers. Yeah, and this person was going there to give birth. The one thing that God commanded people who are Christians, like many of our leaders claim to be, to do, to go and fill the world, go and produce and fill the world, basically. So I understand where they came from, though I don't know who really was behind the date of 23rd. I think there was, if I remember well, actually another date. Then because Parliament pushed that they would open on the 23rd, that date was also pushed to coincide with the opening of Parliament on 23rd. So I just kept seeing flyers going by, and of course, you see things happening in Kenya. There were some similarities here and there, and then it gets to the point where I think the authorities first of all said this will peter out, this will die out, and it didn't. It just kept gaining more and more traction, momentum with time. Now, I thought that was a huge opportunity for the Ugandan government to have one, a conversation on corruption, but also two, to understand the perspective of the young people that I think most of the times they miss. Now, they did neither. When the police called these people up to Naguru, 4 people who signed the police letter, the police clearance, so different people are doing different things. I think they took it that the four should have known something about this, and they took them as the leaders. So people who were there told me it was a long, boring lecture on everything between young people being entitled, young people not being appreciative of how they were liberated, and things like that. Now, that was another missed opportunity. But even on the eve of this protest, people like Ofono Pondo were preaching and saying, the police, why don't you engage these people? And just get this done the right way. And the police still, of course, didn't listen. The authorities didn't listen. I was on a space with Afande Nakalema, and she reiterated the same things. The president, and you could see that just everybody involved, everybody with authority just didn't give these guys the time and space that they should have given them to listen to their grievances. So fast forward on the 23rd, I must confess on this space that I think I didn't expect much in the morning. I just kept thinking, I was anxious like everyone else. What's going to go on? Will I be arrested? Will people be arrested? Will anyone even turn up to demonstrate? Will no one turn up? So all these scenarios were playing in my head. But of course, some people turn up. Fortunately, they were extremely peaceful. Some of them, like the first group arrested, that must have been the group of Pfizer, B-Wall, and Edgar, that group that was arrested at Garden City. These guys were just with placards. They were writing words like corruption, stop corruption in Uganda, and things like that. And they were swept up and arrested and taken to Jinja Road. Then there was the group of the Wembos who were actively demonstrating, but still extremely peaceful. They were somewhere in downtown, then held at Arua Park Police Post, and then swiftly transferred to CPS. Then that just became the thing, that people were somewhere peaceful with placards, with nothing, sometimes chanting. Some people were picked meanwhile because there are photos of them online holding placards. So like I'm in my house, I write on a placard and I hold it and take a photo and circulate online, and the police come and pick me up. That's the absurdity of it. So all this now brings us to where we are. That I don't know if there's any specific question now you want me to answer. That for me was
no. I think because I've just gotten a text from Anna Ashava who's just reminded us that the first mobilizers was Cynthia and Suna King James in mid-June. So I wanted that sort of background to how did the march to Parliament really start? Because many people who are listening may be wondering what the whole march to Parliament was about. And you've given us the background from the exhibition to Parliament, the demands that the Speaker must resign, and so on. I guess that's the background that I was looking for.
All right.
So just to let you know that both Rosebell and General Muntu have engagements and will probably leave before. So I want to get a lot out of them before they leave us. So if you don't mind, I'll just go straight to General Muntu. General, in my conversations with you, to ask you to come to this show is because everybody must be wondering, and some people even made the comments, why are you bringing old people on a show like this? Now, I just want to let everybody know that, General Muntu in his 20s was a very active student leader at Makerere, and as a young man went to the bush, took very huge risks against a dictatorship. So I thought it would be very interesting for us to hear his perspective. Where does courage come from, General Muntu? As a young person, what was going on in your mind at a very dangerous time in our history? So that for me was sort of the question that was going on in my mind when I was saying I need to host General Muntu. So General, please let us know, what does it mean for a young person to take on the state?
Thank you, Robert, for hosting me and for this space. I'd also like to thank the other panelists and also to thank all the people who are participating in this conversation. I also like to thank all the people the youth and everybody who participated in the demonstrations against corruption. And also our hearts go out for those who are still who are arrested. We thank them for the sacrifices they are making. It's a cause that is worth fighting for, because we are in a state where basically, I should say, we are in a mess. But it is up to all of us as citizens of this country to ensure that we do all nature of things that are necessary for son. Disobedience is a legitimate tool of expressing grievances. It's even constitutional. But at the same time, we know that all authoritarian regimes never respect that. And therefore, what normally happens in terms of response to people who want to conduct peaceful demonstrations should be obvious to all of us. That a regime like we do have, which basically survives on fear and corruption. Corruption mostly is used effectively as a tool of compromise and as a tool of control for the longevity of General Museveni and the regime. And therefore, one, I salute the courage of those who, choose to go on the streets, because one, to go on the streets here in Uganda, one needs to know that there will be the kind of response that there has been, and at times even worse than that. However, for those who go on the streets, very well knowing that they are going to meet with the police brutality, one also needs to know that these are sacrifices that many times are called for from the citizens. That when you don't fight, then the status quo remains. And therefore it takes courage, and we salute those who are participating.
Yeah. And in the early 80s, General, when you made this decision, just let us know what was the nature of the risk and what did it take? What was your thought process? Because a lot of young people also need to understand what taking on these kinds of causes means.
Of course, in our case, it was it was extreme in the sense that we were engaged in activities where we were holding arms against a government, and that was prisoners. And we knew that if there are two risks. If you are arrested, you'd definitely be tried as for treason. And if you were fighting as we were, there are also high possibilities that you could get wounded or you could get shot and you die. And three, there was a total breakdown also in terms of the regime operatives. There used to be youth wingers of the regime, also used to be intelligence services, which are also quite ruthless. And many times, most times when people are arrested, they wouldn't be taken to court to be tried. They would just be summarily, executed. There was a total breakdown in the security services themselves. So there were all those the nature of risk. But on the other side, there were those who believed that that state of things needed to be changed. I know there's contestation in regard to that. You meet people who say, oh, everything was okay. But those of us who believe things were not okay, determined that we needed to go fight and change the conditions that were prevailing in the country at that time. And we did, and luckily we succeeded. And one of the most sad things is that we have remained in that vicious cycle. That one group of people take weapons or use any other means, they take power, and they repeat the same mistakes of the group that they would have removed. I think that's the most sad thing, not only here in Uganda, basically on the African continent, that we remain in a vicious cycle. And in whatever we do, whatever methods are used, we have to keep focused on two things. One, changing a regime. Two, in breaking out of that vicious cycle. Because it doesn't make sense that you use whatever method you use, whether it is through warfare, whether it is through civil disobedience, whether it is through organizing and overwhelming a regime through election. And then any group which goes in is unprepared to steer the country or break it out of that vicious cycle. So those are challenges that we are faced with. We've faced them generation after generation. We are now about 60-something years, since we became independent. And I know we'll break out at some time in time. Just one thing. I know this regime will go down. There's no doubt about that. And we salute those who are using the method of civil disobedience. And all of the fronts that people are engaged in need to keep on until the regime is so weakened to the point where we can overwhelm it. My hope is that in whatever strategy we are using, that simultaneously the people who are engaged also need to keep looking at the factor of how do you take out the regime and then also break out of this vicious cycle.
And General, that's the question I would like to put you directly. You're more experienced, you've been through processes. The young people today, what they have now is passion, is anger, is determination. How do they organize in light of the risks that they face, in light of the dangers? How can they be more effective in organizing themselves to take on such causes and participation?
One, through interaction, through training, people need to psychologically prepare themselves, knowing that at times you can engage in a struggle. You need to be prepared for the long haul, prepared to win, have victory immediately as you engage, but also be prepared to, psychologically to know that it could take a longer time. And therefore, when you engage and you don't immediately succeed, you have to build the resilience. Have many leaders, at different levels. It also requires building layers of leaders. But in the event that some are arrested, there are those who also, pop up at that time and continue. And also to know that it may take 1 month, it could take 6 months, it could take a year, it could take more than that, to know that there is a cause, and until there is success, that there should be no let-up. So at times the disappointment is when people engage in something and they expect quick victory. And when it doesn't happen, then people collapse or get scattered. Among us, those who choose to apply whatever strategy they do, all those things that need to be thought about, that you can go in at a time when the conditions are ripe for change, and then something since dynamics of change create their own life. And when there's a build-up of frustration and anger against injustices, and also there a build-up of errors by a regime, that you can come at a time when you're at the cusp of change. And one thing triggers, and you take advantage of that, you ride on that, and then change happens. That's one way.
Yeah.
Best case scenario. Mm-hmm. But there are also times when you have to engage on a continuous basis, keep on training people, different levels, and then you keep on engaging continuously. You do one thing, next time you do something else. In the process, people build resilience, build organizational capabilities, build communications networks, and then keep on eating up the foundations of a regime until a point when you will be able to overwhelm it. Problem I at times notice is when people engage in one thing, it doesn't work, and then it becomes, or maybe there is a reaction because there has been something which has happened and causes the public outrage. Mm. And when it passes, then people relax. Mm. Whatever strategy is being applied, people have to continuously keep building, keep organizing. It's a laborious thing. It can be tiresome. It's also risky. But when you look at history, that's how societies change everywhere. Even those countries which are stable now, they pass through the kind of situations we pass through. And when you learn lessons from them, it requires continuous engagement until victory is achieved. And therefore, we salute those who keep engaged, whatever the circumstances.
I guess by engagement, General, you mean people continuously talking to the public, informing the public. So like the young people have been doing, for instance, with the exhibitions and these conversations, are these some of the ways
Yes.
in which you think they regardless of an event like 23rd of March, it's something that should be continuous?
Yeah, there's that aspect of it, but also the aspect of continuously conducting trainings of those who engage in, coordinating effort, organizing, continuous organization, and also training in a number of things, training in how to build resilience. I mean, to know that once a dictatorship and it doesn't tolerate a number of things, how you conduct yourself, how you coordinate effort, building communication networks, and also to ensure that if some of the leaders are, for example, arrested, that the others who will pop up and continue the process of struggle.
Yeah.
And we have seen this happen in many places. You can draw lessons from many areas where there have been dictatorships which clamp literally on everything, but people still organize. There's no impossible situation under which people can't organize. I mean, if you look, for example, at Egypt, Egypt, there was what they used to call the Islamic Brotherhood.
Yes.
For about 50 years, it had gone underground because it couldn't suffer. And they had to look for a channel through which they could organize. And as you notice, when there was a trigger, which didn't even happen in Egypt, it started from Tunisia.
Yes.
If you look at the Arab Spring, conditions are different, all right. But I'm trying to say that there are no conditions under which people can't organize in one form or another. So when something happened in Tunisia, immediately there was an uprising by the youth in Egypt. The Islamic Brotherhood wasn't actually part of the initial uprising.
Yes.
What I'm trying to say is that when the uprising took shape and built up and overwhelmed the regime, you can imagine that the Islamic Brotherhood, which had been underground for such a long time, even when they conducted an election 6 months thereafter, I think it was about 6 months, I don't remember the detail, they engaged in an election. Fortunately, it was relatively free and fair. The Islamic Brotherhood, which had gone underground and started operating in the social spheres, not on the political side, emerged in an organized form, and it took power, incidentally. Okay, what happened after that was different because the army again stepped in and crushed it. But it shows you that in spite of having been underground for that long, it kept on organizing under different forms. I'm just trying to stress the issue of organization and consistently pursuing a cause until you achieve your objective. In spite of whatever risk, it's part of the struggle. Anywhere you look, anywhere in the world, people have struggled. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, how do you build vigilance and resilience as an organizer? Because these are some of the things that young people would need. These are the skills they need to pick up.
It's just training. I mean, it's just training. I mean, I normally use the example of those of us who have served in uniform.
Yeah.
Before you become a soldier, when we are civilian, basically our reaction to danger is almost similar. I mean, when you are, for example, still a civilian and there's fire or gunfire, the tendency is to run away from fire. So you get people who've been civilians, you train them for 6 months, and the mindset is different, reacting to similar situation from which you'd have run when you are still a civilian. Now you find that someone trained is advancing towards fire. It's just the training of the mind. Of course, there are also the physical aspects of training in the army. So
one of the ways,
I mean, all of us as human beings have got element of fear. But through for the army, it is different because in this particular case, you cannot train the army. I mean, the people that way. in like the physical aspects of training or training them in the use of weapons, but you have to concentrate a lot on this psychological preparation of the mind. For people past to know that there's something that is worth fighting for. It is our freedoms, it's our rights. It's having a country where there's equality before the law, where there are equal opportunities, where there's justice, where there's fairness, and that I have chosen to engage in this. And then through a number of techniques which are used, people would be prepared psychologically. And more so when they are trained to know that you can become victorious immediately in one engagement, or you may not. If you are not, how do you keep at it until you achieve victory? So through training, through psychological preparation. That has to be continuous. I think most of us on this continent here in Uganda, I mean, we've been under this for quite a while now, to ensure that there are no lapse, that the things don't lapse, that when this ends, even when it has not been successful in terms of bringing a regime down, that people know that it has to be continuous. They have to keep on engaging and then fighting on different fronts, sharing information and whatever else is necessary. There are a number of things, of course, which are required. I know many of the people who are engaged in this are experienced in it. Knowing, for example, that when you engage, you must ensure that there are things you build up, logistics, you have to build up networks of helping people, for example, who are arrested, those who are going to take them food, those who are going to represent them in courts of law, those if they are wounded, those would be money for treating them. So that anybody who goes in there knows that if anything happens, that there is a support network, because that's one of the things that makes people break down. It's like in the battlefield, if soldiers think that if you are wounded, you will not get treatment, you die. That's one of the things that will scare people from engaging in warfare. It's not so much about them fearing to be wounded. It's them fearing that in the event that they are wounded, they are not going to be taken care of. So all those things have to be built, and therefore people know that, okay, best case scenario, nothing will happen to me. Worst case scenario, I may be.
I want to bring in one person who is very experienced by now. And
I may be wounded. Even when that happens.
General, I'm losing you quite a bit. I don't know if it's me or you, but sorry. Hey, Raymond, can you hear the general on your side?
No, the microphone is breaking up.
Yeah, okay. We'll get it.
See happening.
General, just let me just mute you, and then let me bring in Rosebell. Rosebell, are you there?
Things humanly possible to ensure that we bring sun. Hello? Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
I'm losing you, General. That's my problem. There's a bit of a break there. You were saying you salute those who are able to. Okay. We'll come back to you, General, before you leave us. Rosebell, can you come in?
Yes, Robert, I can hear you.
Yes, Rosebell, you've been in this for years. First in your professional work as a journalist, but you've also been in the struggle for, as a feminist, you've been in struggle for justice, and you understand these things quite well. Now, one of the issues that came up that I would like you to use your time to address directly is weaponizing sexual abuse as a way of dealing with people who are protesting. So we've had stories. Maybe you want to just talk about it. I mean, you probably know better what happened than I do. Tell us.
Robert, thank you so much. I want to thank everyone who has showed up and is continuing to show up, for everyone who came out to protest. And it takes a lot of, it really takes a lot of beating fear to show up and say, I'm going to walk these streets in a country where protest is criminalized and not has been systematically legislated to take away the rights of the people to participate in the national affairs peacefully. So this is not an easy feat. It's very, very important to remember that, to give that kind of recognition that we are seeing young people, not for the first time, certainly, but the ability to mobilize and say, we can still fight, we are still fighting, and we'll show up and we'll try to take our power back, because the constitution is there, and it guarantees, it is the supreme law to guarantee our right to express ourselves in peaceful ways, and the right to march and protest and find those tactics to show our dissatisfaction is our right. So I want to salute everybody, those who have showed up, those who are in jail, and those who are continuing to support all these networks of mutual aid that we are putting in place, and those we are building on that have been built for generations, so that we show up, so that we do not allow a government that selectively takes away people from society and says these are the bad people, and that we are ensuring order. Because order for who? When people cannot eat, when people cannot go to school, when people cannot have jobs. I just wanted us to first recognize that, and recognize the efforts of everybody, young, every age, across geographies, across class. It's very, very important to recognize that. And I want to follow that up by saying, I wanted to quote our comrade Kalundi Serumaga, who has eloquently on several times reminded us that illegitimate power that cannot rule legitimately and remain insecure, in crisis or near failure. And as a remedy, it seeks to clothe itself with garments of legitimacy. So what we are talking about here is not simply while the current demands are around Among and her company, who continue to, parade our national resources and be tone deaf to the calls of people to say we don't have medicine, our schools are failing, why are you awarding this and this to yourself? And I think we have to remember that there is a certain breakdown in a social contract. There is a certain level of illegitimacy of leaders that are in power right now, that they are not serving what the people in the country have asked them to serve. So we are seeing a state respond with that kind of fear of an illegitimate power. The idea that people are taking back the legitimacy that you thought you had, and the idea that you think you can achieve legitimacy simply through elections, which you can manipulate and constitute a parliament that can vote according to what you want. And therefore, people should not talk and wait for the next election. So these are the struggles we are looking at, really, like to wait this struggle. It didn't start with this month, it didn't start this year. There's been waves and waves of Ugandans protesting, and we have participated, whether we have done women's marches to say we are not being protected, this is happening. We've seen several different sections of society, traders everywhere have come and protested. So this is not the first thing, but we know that currently we have more young people as a part of our population than most people who are ruling us. And this tension is going to continue, this political contestation and the search for a social contract that benefits people, that people can see their material conditions and their grievances addressed every day, not some people who are going to use parliament to steal every day. So I think we have to close this current protest in the greater search for like a government, a society, a state that works for the people. And that's what it is going on, right? So I wanted us to back up and recognize that, right? So, coming to exactly what's going on, we've seen, of course, the response with brutality since Tuesday. The use of brutality against protesters, brutality, use of courts. You know, the judiciary has come to the glaring spotlight. The use of courts to deny justice, to establish pretrial detention as a tactic of control, of subduing whoever is trying to, protest, because this idea is that, okay, the more of you come, we shall fill you in jails, and we shall put a bail at like 1 million, 15 million. It goes up and up to make it as a tool to say to someone to think, okay, if I'm arrested, how am I going to get money? But also trying to use bail, that high amount of bail on people who don't have the resources already. Everybody's struggling. Imagine people are trying to protest to say, please stop the corruption. Then you're like, oh, I'm going to use the court to ask you to donate the little money, not donate, like we shall take the little money you have and we put it in the state coffers via bail and all this kind of tactics. So we have to recognize that all these harms that are going on a massive scale, they are not new, but they are being deployed because young people have been agitating. And we didn't start in Uganda. We have seen also in the region, we have seen Kenyans continue to agitate even up to now to refuse the state of affairs they have found themselves over a period of a successive government. And in our country, been one government. Yeah,
Rosebell,
I wanted us to have that background and root ourselves.
Rosebell, I wanted to stay with that line that you were articulating, and you live on a full-time basis in Dakar, Senegal. Can you help us with the experience of Senegal? There was a whole movement of young people and how they organized and how they stood up against a guy who was trying to amend the constitution, and then he tried to bring in his own person, and they still managed to organize and vote in a 44-year-old guy. Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, and I think that story is also built on generations of organizing. The very guy, Macky Sall, who just left, came to power because people actually rose up and chased Abdoulaye Wade. So we don't see this as new. We see that this is a consistent to what General Muntu was talking about. It is generational struggles. There is like every 10 years, we are not waiting for the next election for people to fight. But people are organizing and watching their leaders say, are you doing what we asked you to do, what we gave you our power, because the power belongs to the people. You are exercising it on behalf of the people. Are you doing what you said you're going to do? And if you're not, then people have a right to come to the streets and use all the means of mobilization and ensure that everyone is being an active citizen in holding the leaders of the day accountable. And that's what happened in Senegal, and that's what we saw consistent. I was here shortly after the COVID, and we saw mobilization across the country, across class, where even the politicians that were enjoying what we see as a centrist, buy-in with the ruling class, also being challenged to say, no, we are not going to tour this kind of centrist and accepting negotiations, because the ex-president was trying to negotiate himself extension, but also when things got thick, he was trying to pacify, using the route of negotiation as a route to pacify without giving people their demands, right? We saw that back and forth, and that process went on, but people held on and people showed up, people continued mobilizing, and they showed up until they got the leader that they wanted. So that's the kind of mobilization General Muntu was talking about, that we have to realize that, yes, Anita Among and her group at Parliament, who are stealing massive, must resign. But we also know that the looting of our resources is not only by Anita, and it has not started with her.
Anita with an A.
Sorry, Anita. I'll stick to Among. Among the looting has not started with Among, because Anita is also a character in our. So, but in this case, Among, the looting has not started with her and her team, and they know that, and they banked on that. They thought if they can steal also like the people who came before them, or the other people who are looting parallel to them, that they will get away with it, right? They didn't realize that there would be the spark, that there would be the moment, the point of like continued mobilization, and people realizing that no, it's enough. Like, it's enough. We have seen this enough. So that I wanted us to remember that people have continuous in Senegal, whether in Sudan, whether in different countries, in Burkina Faso, and all these African countries which are lacking proper governance and social contract that people want and feel heard, are continuously mobilizing across class, across gender, across geography, and religious differences, whatever might exist. So we are in the footsteps of so many people who have come before us, but also movements that are existing as we exist, as we see in South Africa, and everybody, young people agitating for a better social contract on this continent. I wanted us to have that.
Rosebel, I'll come back to you because
yes, on the question of rape, we will come back to that for sure.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. Because I want to bring in Azawi. Azawi, are you still with us?
Yes.
And Azawi,
here with you.
The question
yes,
I have for you, which is really direct, is how and where did you get the courage to stake your public profile at a time when a lot of public people are quiet or playing it safe and not wanting to endanger their whatever it is? You are a musician, you have a stake, you're celebrity, if I may put it that way. Why did you think it's important for you to lend support to this cause?
First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Robert Kapshenga, for this opportunity to be able to speak to our people and everyone who has spared their time today, to be part of this. To answer your question, as a Zawi, my business, okay, you guys know me as a musician, but my business is people. And when I say people, I mean even the last person on ground, the person who serves, who vendors food on the street, the border guy, the person who helps on building during construction. So for me, I mean a normal Ugandan when I say that my business is people. And how does that work? If that person is not doing okay, then I'm also not okay. They won't be able to support me. They won't turn up for my shows. So I have to make sure that they're doing okay, because it's the only way I'll be okay. I'm not like these politicians who only remember our people during the time of elections. No, because I'm always like performing for a different set of, Ugandans every weekend. Every weekend. So like, I know how they're doing. I know how they're struggling. I know the things they're going through. And what is even so sad, like, they wouldn't have been undergoing certain situations if people in leadership were doing the right things. So this is why I'm so concerned. And also another issue, because this industry is big, like we are very many as musicians. I was also concerned to see that so many musicians, artists, they are very quiet. They are silent. They are watching how, they are seeing how our fans are undergoing, this struggle because of the graft, because of the corruption. They are quiet. You understand? And I can understand. Okay, it's not that I even understand. It's because they put themselves in compromising situations. When you wake up one morning and you accept $500,000, dollars from a politician, that means when time comes for you to put out your voice there for the people, you won't be able to do it because you are under their pocket. And there's so many artists here who have been compromised just because one morning they allowed to accept money from a politician. And you know how politicians are. They just turn on you. The moment they see that you're not that important, you don't have that relevance, they will throw you away. They will throw you under the bus. So that is why I was like, you know what, as a Zawi, because even before I became an artist, like I had concerns. I had concerns nze nvudde mu ghetto. I don't know if it's okay to
Yeah,
speak
yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
language
Please
here.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Use whatever language
Nze
you're comfortable with.
yeah, nze nkulidde mu ghetto. Okitegeera, nze mbadde ndaba embeera gye tuyitamu, bazadde bange gye bayitamu, baakola, but right now tasobola na kufuna pension we, baabasalayo. But they served this country and they did everything, to make sure that in their retirement they can be able to sustain their lives. But they can't because sente ezo waliwo eyakola ki? Eyazirya. I have lost my father due to poor health care. I have lost my sister just after giving birth because of poor health care. And then you wake up one morning and you see someone bamuwadde miliyoni 5. Ng'olaba omuyimbi bamuwadde biliyoni 5 eza Uganda azikozesa eki. And this is really sad because these are artists that have been here for some time. They have established themselves. They are doing okay. But then someone in our government wakes up one morning nagamba bano abayimbi katubaweeyo biliyoni 5 beeyagale azikozesa eki. Bafani tebamuwagira. I'm angry to the point that I can even punch a wall.
Please don't, please.
And this anger has been accumulating for the last, I don't know how many years. And it's quite sad that when we air out our voice as youth, nobody listens to us. The people who are in parliament, they know the issues that we are going through. Bachimanyi, we struggle to get something to eat. We struggle to go to school, to be able to pay for our fees. We struggle to find employment. Katize Mr. Kapshenga kankubulire. I graduated Makerere. I did a bachelor's of commerce, and I graduated. Ninga simanyi chiddako. Nga simanyi where the job is going to come from. Nga simanyi wabangina tani. It's not like I have some capital somewhere to start up a business. I had nothing. If it was not for this talent, that is why I'm like, for the fact that Ugandans have supported me ever since my career started, this is where the point I come through for them. Abana-Uganda bawagidde abayimbi, abanene, abato, naye abayimbi basirise. Abayimbi basirise, balya sente z'abasajja. Now they cannot say anything. They are compromised. Now, when the time comes for them to hold their concert, they want people to turn up for them. Baagala bajje mutuwagire ne beewuuba ne bagenda simanye eyo mu downtown oli n'omulaba ng'ali eyo mu katale simanye Nakasero simanya Owino asaba buki bantu bajje bagule tickets ze bamulabe n'essaawa zino eno omuyimbi asirise. Abanene kati ate nze bensingano tewali yadde n'omuyimbi n'omu omunene ali mu kwogera. Everyone is quiet, but you want your fans to support you, but you're not doing anything to turn up. You're not using your voice. You're not using your platform to say anything, to put pressure, to press pressure, to create awareness. Kubanga kati ekisingano kwasa ennaku tiruno olutalo oyinza okwesanga luli wano ku Twitter. Okay? It's only happening on X. But when the person on ground doesn't know what is happening. So as an artist, this is where you come out and say, something is really happening in our, in our parliament, or even in so many other institutions of this, of this country. We need to stand up and and say no to this and say stop to corruption. So kati nze kyekisinga okunkwasa ennaku nti abayimbi lwaki musirise?
Wow.
Eddie lwaki osirise? Bebe lwaki osirise? Chameleon lwaki osirise? Abayimbi bonna abato lwaki musirise? Gravity lwaki osirise? Misaki lwaki osirise? Lutaaya lwaki osirise? Ompulira?
Wow.
Vinka lwaki osirise? Nwagi lwaki osirise? Ngolaba abantu baffe bayita mu mbeera eno bweti. Kikuggyako ki? Mukama atuwadde omukisa in this country nti tusobodde naffe okubeerawo. Abantu batuwagidde. Omuntu sebo, I told you once before, I went to Zombo to perform. I was so astonished by what I saw there. Nasanga omwana ng'asitudde amazzi ndowooza oba yali gaakufumba oba gaaki mu kadoma naye nga amazzi makyafu. The water was dirty. Ne tuyita ku poliisi emu ng'ofiisa aliwo ndowooza nga oba alina emyaka nga 89 nga tasobola na kuyimirira naye nga yaliwo okukuuma ki eddembe. Ekkubo omanyi ka pawuda ng'era enkuba bw'etonnya, if it rains there is no way you can come back. But then these people saved their little money, they came and supported Azawi. So how do I
give back,
award them back? Or like, yeah, how can I, like, what can I do to give them back? Award is a wrong word. It's to give back. It's to use my voice. Nogenda owulira nti oli bamuwadde miliyoni 4 ate ava mu constituency y'emu eya Zombo naye 4 yabiridde. Abantu tebalina luguudo, tebalina good health care, sente balyandye. Okitegeera? Kati nze ne neebuuza abayimbi mwe mwagala bafaani bammwe babakolere ki? What do you want the fans to do when you're not standing with them? You're not standing with the people. Nze bwe njogera bagamba akakazi keeyogezaako tamanyi akayingira industry alina omuliro blah blah blah. I've always been like this. People who know me bamanyi nti I'm a very 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 patriotic person. Bino sibyete, like, this is me. Bwe ndaba ekintu nga tekikyamu kigenda maaso, I will speak up. And besides of being just an artist, nange nina business zange ezemba mpambana nene bigaano tambula just because waliwo buno obusonga zino ensonga ya corruption. Of course, at one point I saw our president saying the fight against corruption is an easy one. I'm afraid he should start taking it a serious one, because it has been dragging our country behind. It has been affecting our country behind, affecting our country for the last, I don't know, 38 or even more years. So there has to be some ruthlessness when we are handling this situation. Why is someone who is under investigation or is alleged to be corrupt still in office? If the investigation turns up entirely innocent, then they resume to serve our people. But why are they on payroll? Why are we spending money like that? Where is our country spending like tuli bagagga tenga tuli yala? Gonofuna ne sente zuwa omuyimbi emitwalo 5 aga $, azikozesa eki? Nga fund we talina kyakulya, talina abaana be basomera, talina luguudo lukwatambuliza maali ye. Okitegeera? Tamanyi, like, I know people in Kampala waneno nga bwazuuka ku makya essaala yokka ye mutaasa. If that prayer doesn't work, they won't eat. Tebajja funa wa kusula. I think it is high time we connect with reality, because I feel like the people who are in parliament or the people who are responsible for this country are very deluded. We are broke. Tuliyala. We are broke. As youth, we are broke. Recently, and the other thing that is actually even hurting me the most, the spaces ezandibadde occupied by the youth osangamu bantu bakulu. Twalabye waneno baappointize nsimanya new task force for nsimanya ani artificial intelligence. Abantu bakulu bagenda kukola kyabo. Bagenda tukolera kya. What do they understand about internet? Abantu be bazaala, those are not even Gen Z X or
They
generation
don't even have
X,
a name.
but they don't understand our stuff. Nebe bawadde abantu abo abakulu mbu batutegeerere. People abaana bato bali emakerera bali mu kusoma ki? Computer science, software engineering. Tobalabako wabula oli mu kulaba enkanga. Who appoints these people? Who gives them jobs? Baba Jawa. Batubulireko. Toseka besaka. Baba Jawa. Oshitikira. Baba Jawa ani abawa emirimu gyaffe egy'abavubuka bagenda tutege. But what do they know about the internet? Nga bano abato obwongo bukolera ku speed wano webali tebalina mirimu ne bajjajja baffe bo bakyaliwo awo. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Omuvubuka yenna ali eyo nyamba buyambi sigala ng'oli mulamu. Sigala ng'oli mulamu, because very soon we're going to get a chance to show these people that we can actually serve this country and do good things for this country.
Right.
Actually, kanaka badi katonda yakeesigaliza bano banniga singa bali basobola otubbako obuto singa baabubba okera ku makya ngwe n'emyaka 89 ng'omuyayi yakunuunyeemu obuto obwo n'abutwala naye akakabadi katonda yakeesigaliza kati bakaddiye. They don't know what to do.
Oh my God.
Bagenda kuvaawo, and we shall have a chance, to do our things because they have failed to subsidize us. Internet is very expensive. Tukaabye netugamba bannange internet mugikendeezeeko, like emirimu gyaffe egisinga ddala ffe abali in the creative industry gitambulira ku internet. You see how many kids have come up because the internet is there. They have gotten employed. Now they're very skilled in whatever, content creation. Internet is very expensive. We cry this out that telecommunication companies are draining us. But nobody's coming out to work on that. Otekako data wa mitwalo 5. Ndowooza babeere bagamba mumuweeyo ennaku 2. Muziduune. Like buli omu mubbi. Ate babba n'abanaku nawe atalina kyakulya bajja ne bakutwalako akako. Okitegera. So who's gonna ani agenda otuyamba? Who's gonna help us? The youth. Who's gonna work on our issues? Ebintu byaffe byangu nnyo. Most of us are in the creative industry. Tuli mu arts, tuli mu sports, tuli mu film, tuli mu movies, tuli mu music industry. Abalala basobola okutunga, they're fashion designers. But ebyo kati abantu baffe abatukulembera batulabanga byamalidaadi bo bamanyi bali eri ba engineer naye ate ebyo tetulina ssente zikola bintu ebyo. Tetulina ssente zisoma busaawo, like our parents are broke. Singa bali basobola bandituweeredde, but then there is no one there to support us. Now they're doing nothing to our support. Onoosonyiwa nyiza okuyombera
tofaayo kuyomba nja kuleka oyombe. Let me just and please stay around. I want to hear from Jackie Kebigisa. Jackie, I just want to follow on from what Azawi was talking about, this failure to recognize the abilities of young people, and the specific issue that we talked about offline was this patronizing reference to young people as grandchildren. And as when I interviewed the guys who were involved with the protests in Kenya, they were saying they were being referred to as the Uber, KFC, iPhone generation. In other words, they bring nothing to the table. So are we at a time now when that innocence has ended and the Gen Zs, if we may refer to them that way, have come of age, and that some of these references need to end? Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Robert. So I think that the patronizing, especially the patronizing that Museveni does, is layered. So first of all, we have to speak to the first layer, which is a contestation of how old he is and his overstaying power. And so to counter that, I think that part of the PR is to infantilize the majority of Ugandans who are, born. Well, we were born before. I guess he was president before even our parents thought about conceiving us. Like that idea in itself is just bizarre when you think about it.
Yeah.
Now, So on that layer, what Museveni does is to go to the endearing terms, because within Uganda culture, very social culture, is that we do respect older people, and it's not uncommon for an older person to call you grandchild, or even to make reference to you that way, whether you're related in like, you know, kinship, family ties or not. And so to tap into that narrative, and we see the ways in which it's not just Museveni. We see the ways in which the first lady as well is called Mama. Like you hear people in parliament addressing her as such. And what that does to the power is that it already strips out the roles that people are supposed to play. So Museveni is a president, and he's probably someone's grandfather. He has tons of them. But at the end of the day, when we take away the role, the political role, that also takes away accountability. Because within Ugandan culture, a lot of the narrative is you don't question your elders. And then we see how then Museveni, within his grandfatherness, takes on that role as well. The condescending, you know, responses to young people saying anything, you know, and that condensation also then takes on a political role. It takes on a policy role too, and it also takes on an infrastructural role, because if you have a president who does not respect the people that he quote unquote is supposed to be, you know, rule, is supposed to, I guess, govern in a way. I don't think that that's what he does, but let's speak for the sake of what he's supposed to do according to Ugandan law. And what that does is to create a culture of incompetence, but also a culture of condescension. And it also creates a hierarchy, because it's very difficult to approach someone who is supposed to be in a political role as a grandfather, because then that relationship is completely changed.
Yeah.
And then media comes in and media normalizes it, because then we have the jokes of, oh, grandfather or abazukulu, or, you know. And so when media normalizes the abnormal, we then end up with the kind of insanity that we have, that people are unable to hold the president accountable, but also the infrastructure that is supposed to do that cannot do that, because we are somehow turned into like a little Museveni kingdom, where his son then becomes, you know, is responsible for the army. The wife then becomes responsible for you know, Ministry of Education. You know, relatives become, so in the sense, when Museveni calls us bazukulu or grandchildren, he's speaking within the ways in which he has managed to, you know, convert power that way, that we just become a small kingdom that is under the impression that we are somehow a democratic government, or even something remotely to that. So for me, I think that not only do we, as media practitioners, as writers, as researchers, as young people, or as just people in general, need to make a distinction between the ways in which we normalize the abnormal. And I think specifically in media here, that then we take what Museveni says as the truth, and not necessarily, we don't question whether it's a fact or not. And I think that a lot of that is very deliberate PR, or very deliberate political maneuvers that Museveni has done, that then we move away from holding him accountable for being, you know, one, the violence that he visits upon young people, but also just the ways that the state of the state in itself. So I think that a lot of the patronized, the infantilization that happens and starts from endearment terms, that then is normalized. It somehow seeps into political accountability. That now we are stuck in that loop of grandfather versus grandchildren. Even then it also becomes how media forms narratives. It's if Bobby is running for president, the narrative becomes the edge. The narrative becomes, you know, and that takes so much of it takes away from the critique that we are supposed to offer, rather focuses on this very weird, you know, political or social cultural contestation, or even contradiction that we are in. So I think that that the whole Bazikulu has to end.
Right.
It has to end from the media narratives. It also really has to end from canons in the ways in which we try to make light or jest of things that are not really funny, because I think that then we start to normalize the abnormal, and then we end up in the kind of craziness or even the kind of violence that we are in. We're in a perpetual state of like a violent contract. In fact, it's an abusive relationship, because I think that each time he speaks, it's just to gaslight young people.
Right.
Like nothing of it makes any sense. It's just that the kind of condescending nonsense, or even not nonsense, but the respectability that if a grandparent was saying something that you completely disagree with, you'd be hesitant to simply say, I should move over.
Right.
But and I think that if we start to give the kind of or even the kind of critical thinking or even critical analysis towards these cultural jokes, a lot of if we apply the seriousness that we should, that a president should not be allowed at any moment to call people who he has failed for over 30 years as endearment, or even have that level of condescension, then that breeds the kind of seriousness or even the kind of urgency or even agency that we should have towards Ugandan politics.
Right. Thanks, Jackie. I mean, that's quite analytical and gives us a perspective of all of us just looked at the surface of endearment and had never thought deeply about the dynamics that you present. I was hoping to get Maria in. I have lost her, but I'll get her back in shortly. General, are you about to go? I know it's past 10 o'clock. Do you want to say?
have readjusted so you can first run through all the presenters.
Oh, thank you very
I
much.
will adjust the program.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Maria, are you back?
Yes, I am.
So, Maria, you've visited the guys in jail. What did they go through? Tell us.
Let me first start by clarifying. I visited a couple of people in jail yesterday, but there are teams that have been visiting them through the week from Wednesday, from when the first set of people were remanded.
But you've been talking to the teams, so you have a good idea of what's going on. Maria, we've lost you. That's good. Maria, try and reconnect. We've completely dropped your voice. We can hardly hear you. Okay. Maria, if you can hear, you're
comfortable
Maria.
In the can you hear me?
No, we lost you completely. So you have to start at the beginning when you did. Hey, baby Veda.
These are the problems of being in Maracha.
What are you doing in
So
what are you doing in Maracha at this time?
We have to go back home to the Lado enclave to remind them that Uganda doesn't like us as a people.
Azari has just made your case anyway. She just pointed out when she sorry, go on, Maria.
Yeah, so I was saying that it's a mix of hope and anxiety, right? Anxiety of when this is going to end, because we know that usually the punishment is the process. If anyone has seen the charge sheets that came from all the people being remanded, what court has charged them with, you really see these are flimsy charges. But from experience and seeing what we've seen with other activists previously, that the punishment is always the process. Hope is the fact that they are seeing people coming in and visiting them. And I would encourage everybody on this call, make time in the week, go and see these people, because they are part of a wider struggle of something that affects all of us. And I really, really want to thank Azawi for bringing the class analysis into this discussion, showing how corruption affects each one of us on a daily basis, from affecting our basic needs, but also affecting our ability to speak up in public, right? That now, because we have a broken...
Maria, we've lost you again. You've dropped off. Find an anthill in Maracha. Maria, just try and sort out.
They've lost that power of conviction to be able to speak up against corruption. But the hope that these people carry is also that their incarceration, their being arrested and detained by the state will make the rest of us show up. I know we are sending money. I know we are retweeting. I know we are doing all of these things, and those things are important. But people, there is nothing that supersedes being able to physically show up, right? Physically showing up as a surety, physically showing up on the streets. Because if 5 people, 6 people, 7 people show up in a day, it looks like the rest of you are not concerned about corruption. And I know that there's this narrative that, I will contribute in whatever way that I want to, that I can contribute. You need to ask yourself genuinely if that is the real can that you can contribute. Are you sick? Are you dying? Like, you need to ask yourself, is this the true can, or am I hiding behind this because I do not want to be in the risk of the risk, right? And so for me, it's the hope that people like Biwo, like Timothy, like Abdul, like everybody who has actually gone to jail, Fazia, like all of them are hoping that we will show up. Since what the gentleman of prison said there's space, let's test this space and see how many of us can actually be inside there. And at the end of the day, when we must be able to show these people that what they have shown us and what the sacrifice that they have made is actually our equal response to the problem that we are seeing. That how do we actually show up in a way that causes the people who are convinced that dialogue is supposed to be the way to actually come to the table to dialogue. I don't even know why we need dialogue for corruption, as if we don't know where the corruption is located, and we know that people. You know your relatives who are thieves. Why do you want us to come and talk to them? You talk to them, deal with them at home. We don't have time to be having conversation. Like, what do you want me to talk you out of when it is stealing? Like, you've stolen money. Now you want me to come and tell you, oh dear, please, Bambi, stop stealing money. What? Please. But yes, but aside from that, it's difficult. I won't lie to people. It's difficult. It's mentally draining. And like, I really like that General Mugisha Muntu talks about being able to build resilience. But it also helps, it has helped many of them that they are in community together, but also hearing from them the other experiences of people in, for example, Kampala remand. While many of us think, oh, I'm safe out here, there are people in Kampala remand who have been picked for things that they don't even know, and are there, they've not had a day in court. And that's part of the problem with corruption, that it's not just about the money, it's the brokenness of the whole system, that people are not getting a fair day in court. I'm in a WhatsApp group where someone who works in the DPP's office really genuinely said that you must do everything to keep your client safe, besides just them having a fair day in court. Imagine a government official says something like that. That shows you like the extent of the brokenness of our system, that the lawyers who are trying to get these people bail could not access them. And yet we have laws, we have the constitution. So when people tell us go to court, like, we know that the courts aren't working for these people. So it's not even only the anti-corruption protesters who are stuck in a broken system. It's people who are picked get my fair day, my fair hearing in court. I must be able to access access to fair justice, that I must be heard. And if I'm going to be convicted, it must be because the system is actually working. We were at Nakawa and the state attorney ran away. Like, you guys ran away. We entered the gate. She was there. We saw her. People spoke to her. The next thing we're in court, the woman has run away. What are we supposed to do with that? So when people tell us a fair hearing, when the president says that these are enemies from foreign places who are trying to harm this nation, look at what's happening, Mr. Your Excellency. And you know right from the start, like we know that you know, right? And so for me, it's and just back to answer your question, Robert, specifically, it's a mix of hope. They're also feeling the support because people are visiting them. I'm encouraging everybody here. There is Mark Shonbe prison, there's Kampala remand, there's the women's prisons. These people are located in these spaces. Let's go there, take things, whether it's in kind, contribute, but also we need bail money and sureties. because we need sureties, because they are going to continue arresting people. If you're here, go and get your LC1 letter, have a copy of your national ID, have your original national ID. People need sureties. Please, if you have a sibling and you're in this protest, please get somebody to get an LC1 letter, because we are going to all need sureties at one point or the other, because even people who are hosting spaces like Kapshenga, when they pick you, someone is going to need stand surety for you. And for you, it's more complex because you have to have someone who can call you into order. Since they told us that we cannot call old people into order, you have to find other old people to stand surety for you, Kapshenga. And finally, and maybe just to say,
I have General Muntu. He will come for me.
Now even him, he has to find a general, but but just finally on the narratives that Jackie talked about, building on a different thing, discourse, and not to and completely appreciating your contribution to this discussion, Robert Kapshenga. Like when you sent out that tweet about people don't want dialogue, you have anarchists. We have to be very careful about how we frame the people who are confronting the state, because when words like anarchists are used, when words like extremists are used, we know where this is going. We give the state fuel to be able to clamp down on these people even more. So we have to be really, really careful how we frame these conversations, because narratives are very important. Because when your peers see the word anarchist, what are they seeing? They don't even see the state, which is every day killing us. They are pretending to who have low incomes, people who have the narrative always shifts to blame other people, as opposed to focusing on the people who are killing people through the healthcare system, people who are killing people by keeping them in jail. Someone goes to jail and they've not had a day in court for 7 years, then Kampala remand, they have now become prefects in the prison, because there's no hope that they are going to get out, right? And so it's important that we keep the narrative a certain way, that the people who are on the street are the patriotic citizens.
Yeah, I actually take your criticism and accept that I contributed to that narrative. So going forward, I will be more sensitive in the way I frame the things that I put out. So thank you very much for that feedback, Maria.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good. So let me just sort of not wind up, but I'm bringing in Jacob. He's the one who hasn't said a word. Jacob, are you still awake? I'm assuming you are.
Mr. Kapshenga, I'm very much awake. I've just had my cup of coffee and hoping to stay awake longer.
I suspect you're drinking bad coffee from Latin America, but that's okay. We'll send you some good coffee from home. Jacob, you were part of activism, particularly at the professional level with the medical interns and that struggle. What, from your experience, how can people get results?
First of all,
assuming you got results, because I think eventually people were deployed.
Yeah, we did get results, and it looks to me that resistance or counter resistance looks to be the order of the day as we operate, or as you call it, modus operandi in the country. And first of all, I want to say I'm very humbled that you, of very many Ugandans who have come out to participate in this struggle, that you thought I could be able to contribute. And secondly, I am very humbled to be in the company of great minds that have led to significant changes in the country, like General Gregory Mugisha Muntu. So I that's where I wanted to start. And secondly, I wanted to paint a picture in the health sector, not because I just wanted to lament as much as we have done in the past so many years, just the magnitude of this corruption and the selfishness of the people that we have in power. Taking us back a little bit, to the COVID times, COVID came and shook every health system, be it in the United States, be it in Italy, across the globe. In Uganda, though, it was an opportunity for our leaders to loot as much money as they wanted in the names of supplementary budget, in the names of everything. They named it every other thing but the services that they offered. Now, a quick example, remember the tents that we were supposed to develop ICU capacity of all the regional referral hospitals. And instead, we went and procured tents of 163 million each tent, costing us a total of about 3.8 billion. And the tents were supposed to be 20 of them, only 13 arrived. Few weeks later, the tents were reportedly blown away by wind. In whichsoever country that can happen, I'm yet to understand.
They
Right?
were blown away by what?
Our tents were blown away by wind from Nambole, and the explanation was we couldn't fix them on the turf in Nambole Stadium, so they were fixed on weak ground, and wind just came and blew away the tents. That's according to the report. Number two, we are talking about since the parliamentary exhibition started between, I think, February or early this year. Around the same time, we had just done our first organ transplant, kidney transplant at Mulago National Referral Hospital. In that very same time, the exhibition is going on, parliamentary exhibition. Ministry of Health is coming out to cry that we can no longer continue the much awaited organ transplant or transplant services for so many years that we have done it only once, but now we don't have only 5 billion shillings, Mr. Kabushenga, to continue this organ transplant process. This is all happening in the time where people are sharing money, appreciating themselves and saying, you need 500 million, you need 400 million to appreciate yourself. Secondly, within the same time, I've not gone far beyond, but within March, April, May, we are talking about the director of Mulago National Referral Hospital meeting the Parliamentary Committee on Health, requesting, and this is according to the report, is we have pediatric ICU in Mulago with 15-bed capacity, but only 5 beds can operate at half to 3/4 capacity. The same ICU in adults, we have about 27-bed capacity, but only 14 of them can be able to try and operate to a certain capacity. And when we talk of capacity, we only don't mean beds and equipment. We talk about staffing, the nursing, the anesthesiologists, the maintenance, the sundries, and Mulago was only requesting for 10 billion shillings, I think about 10.8 billion shillings for maintenance and consumables. Now, we are in a situation where Parliament is sharing all this money, but the nitty-gritty is the little that we need within 4 months in 2023. We are talking about expenditure in excess of 17 billion that nobody can account for in Parliament. Now, that begs the question, where is our priority? We have all these pending issues because, Mr. Kabushenga, in your home, if you have somebody sick, anybody sick in your family, everything else stops. Every other expenditure stops. Even food becomes secondary to the health of the individual. But we have a parliament that can be able to share money to appreciate themselves and donate to corporate social responsibility, but we can't get 5 billion shillings to run organ donor transplant in our facility. We can't have 10 billion shillings to operationalize our intensive care unit. We are budgeting about 286 billion to 9 regional referral hospitals, but we have over 300 billion for special drinks and foods for people in parliament. For heaven's sake, how can we even sit here and say we are a functional state? Okay, and now just to leave that picture aside, the IGG report of 2021 talked about corruption costing Uganda up to about 20 trillion shillings annually. But guess our last financial year, how much our total budget is? About 72 trillion shillings. Now, if corruption alone is costing us 20 trillion shillings, that means we only have how much? About 50 trillion
50.
to operate on. How do we expect to function in such a state? And we expect the systems to continuously function under such I don't even such negligence of duty. So when we talk about corruption and bringing the picture out every other day, and for me, I would call myself very privileged enough because I grew up as probably many Ugandans in the most poorest part of the country in a patch. I see the education system that we talk about. I happen to come from a Kokoro near the landing site where probably only 2% get 2% of the population gets to reach and attain a primary living examination certificate. The schools don't have the basics of books that cost probably 2,000 shillings. The schools don't have that. Teachers are day in, day out on strikes. You talked about the interns. Every single year, there has to be a strike for interns to be deployed, for medical workers to be paid. We are talking about even the COVID times. We recruited hundreds of thousands of staff to sort of help in the process of the pandemic. But all the staff were laid off without pay. Some of them for 6 months, some of them up to a year. They were never paid, and all of them were laid off. And yet we are talking about building capacity, running efficient system. Kawempe National Referral Hospital currently operates at 60% staffing rate. Where do we expect to get the other 40% when we cannot have the money for that? But yet we have billions and trillions of shillings going into social corporate responsibility. So for me, when the conversation of corruption comes up, and I've not brought about the nitty-gritties of how we operate in the hospitals. A mother comes and she's supposed to be operated. You don't have even stitches that cost 2,000 shillings in the hospital. Most times, actually, you have to dig into your own pocket because these people, like Azawi said, they don't have nothing, like even the clothes for covering the baby after delivery. They do not have. She's been brought to the hospital by a well-wisher, a neighbor who saw this mother laboring on the compound and picked them up, put them on a border, rushed them to the hospital. Now, even the ambulances that we badly need are not there. If they're there, there is no fuel to function this ambulance. Or there's only one driver who has to operate the whole district, right? And during COVID, we collected cars. Robert Kabushenga, I'm very sure you know this story so well. We were supposed to have 10 double cabins per district to sort of help in the emergency situation.
We ended up giving 2. I remember that.
You ended up giving 2, and even the 2 maintenance became issues, and they're non-operational.
Most of them are being driven by cows
and carrying bricks and cassava from people's gardens, right? So when we operate in a system that functions upside down like this, it angers the population so much. And for me, it's not surprising that the population is finally waking up. knowing that they deserve better. Because I mean, when you talk of taxes, people who are in businesses, people who are operating the slightest business, someone selling kabalagala, you have to pay manya the market tax, manya this other, you have to get a license and all this. People are paying hefty taxes. But the services, once you go to hospitals, once you go to office of manya lands, office of agriculture, everything is upside down. You can't get services. So where do you expect people to go? And this is something that now people need to realize, that for as long as we don't hold these people accountable, for as long as we don't make corruption very expensive for them and make the living conditions around them very toxic for them, they will still continue doing this, because they have made it the order of the day, because nothing really functions. No system really functions. And I think this, for me, fills my heart with joy, knowing that everybody is now taking responsibility and coming out to ask for what they deserve. And I appreciate so much so many Ugandans who have been able to come out to sort of fight for this. And for us, I think it's high time we started doing this and making this reach to the common man in Kabera Maido, in Kabare, in Rubirizi, wherever they are, so that they can also understand this is a fight for all Ugandans to own and demand for what they deserve. Thank you very much.
Right. Rosebell, I'm back to you now. And remember the issue. I mean, these stories describing the handling of people who had been arrested, particularly the disturbing story of sexual assault. Rosebell, you need to unmute.
I can hear you, Robert. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we need to understand, like, I wanted to bring us also just a few issues,
Sure.
So that we don't only see this as a question of parliament excesses, right? Right now in Uganda, before the pandemic, our public debt was 34% of our GDP, that was in 2019. During 2021, 2022, we saw this public debt part of our GDP percentage go to 50%. We are right now, 2024, at 53%. We are getting loans from IMF and everywhere at very, very high conditions, and this public debt goes into the stomachs of our politicians. Nothing is changing while we amass and become, I don't know, it was Daily Monitor which gave us like every Ugandan owes this for the rest of their life, right? So we should not divorce the current situation of corruption and protest, but also the kind of economy we're in and how our governance and corruption enables us to become a country that is indebted and we cannot fully develop with this kind of debt servicing percentage. So it's very, very important to continuously expand the conversation. We see huge sums of budgets going, unexplained budgets, supplementary budgets toward the State House, where the amount of public servants continue to expand and swell. We see a very big network, patronage network, where every day we have a district and there's an RDC and an assistant, and I don't know, assistant of assistants. We need to be very, very particular, dissecting on the realities of this country as regarding malgovernance that we are dealing with and the gravity of the matter that we are looking at. I wanted us to reflect also on that, but also remind ourselves on, a few people have talked about it, on the need for, as I get into the question of sexual violence, I remind us on the urgent need to reflect on the intersectionality of our struggles. What do I mean? I mean that if women are marching because people are murdering them and there's domestic violence, you can't be in your street saying, oh, these are women, let them march. It has nothing to do with me. If traders are marching and say, we are rejecting this because I think it does not work for us, you're like, oh, traders, for a long time we've had this kind of disjointed movements, right? Where Ugandans are actually different sections of the country are agitating. People in West Nile protesting and saying, we have been in the dark since you came to power since 1986, since they like to use 1986 as a benchmark. We have parts of the country in the dark. So we need to look at the intersectionality of like class, also geographies, who is left, who is seen as the periphery right now in the country, who's on the margins, extreme margins. We're all suffering, but I want us to recognize we might not be suffering all the same. So what are those extremes, and how do we fetch those extremes, the people at the extreme margins, in support and bring their their demands and their concerns to the forefront of this conversation of corruption, right? We should not, it's not just only about the parliament and what's going on, but remembering all those different aspects of the society.
Yeah.
And that's where the language on like people saying youth are going to be radicalized. No, the material conditions where the youth have found themselves in Uganda have already radicalized us and radicalized many. Because you have no option when you have nothing to eat, you have been educated, but you're waiting to be shipped to Saudi Arabia. The massive, what we call feminization of external labor export. When you go, I travel a lot and I'm on planes in this African continent a lot. The amount of young girls as young as 18 being put on planes to go to be, domestic servants in the Arabian Peninsula. It's something very concerning. So we need to think of what are all these aspects of how this corruption, how this malgovernance is affecting different kinds of demographies and classes in our country. So we should continue to bring that to the forefront. And I wanted to bring that.
Right.
In coming back to the question about the current deployment, what we've seen, because I work on sexual violence and for a long time, we lead with this mantra that we believe the victim. We have seen many people come and report that they've been sexually abused in detention in these ongoing protests. And this has not just started. In the use of systemic use of sexual abuse as a weapon, a tool to repress people, is not new to Uganda. Sexual violence was deployed in Luwero. We have documented, I was in Luwero talking to men and women equally. I was in northern Uganda documenting massive sexual abuse, which are part of our systems, the military, the police, all participating. But because we have refused to have genuine conversations about all these situations of our histories, we don't even have a truth commission to say, okay, how many people came forward, or even what did we facilitate? So it comes back when we see in the times of heightened political tensions like now, that we realize that actually sexual abuse is still being deployed as a tactic to humiliate, to punish, to intimidate, and treat women and men who found themselves in the government-controlled facilities and in detention. And we must accept the cases that have come forward and put that as part of our response. The way you say, oh, someone was beaten brutally, we are going to hospital. We need to now look at, like, if we're giving advice, we need to know, when you're sexually abused, actually, what do you need quickly? Medically, that would be the first thing, right? How do we integrate aspects of, like, these things have already been done by many women's rights organizations in Uganda, right? How do we look at anti-rape kits? What does that even mean, right? Because ordinary Ugandans don't know this, right? And if you're going to be exposed to a state that is deploying the state agents that are using this as a tactic to intimidate young people, to repress them and humiliate them, so that people will say, oh, I don't want to get to jail, I don't want to be on the streets, because this is what is going to. They're using this tactic as an example. We are setting it as an example. Remember, we are in a society that has, for the past 5 years, has been fed on rhetoric on homosexuality. Already, the idea of homosexuality being criminalized in our recent law. So there's already a context of stigma on when a man is raped. Of course, there's also existing stigma when a woman is raped, but in the context where men are raped and in the context of anti-homosexuality law that exists, this we see language, back to the language. Even people who are concerned about this issue, because we don't communicate on this issue daily. We come from a society that is usually silences the victims and these experiences. We don't talk about them. We don't even know the language to use that is not going to stigmatize whoever has gone through this experience. So as a result, you see genuinely people who want to communicate about this using things like words like sodomized. No, it is sexual abuse, and we need to destigmatize any labels that we are putting so that we create an environment as we fight for any victim to come forward without these labels of stigma, sodomy, and all this. We need to be very, very careful how we are communicating on sexual abuse of people who are detained. And I have to remind us that this is not the only place in Africa we have seen systemic use of sexual abuse by state agents. We remember very well, I don't know if you read the case of the Gambia during the dictator Yahya Jammeh's regime. It was widespread, the use of sexual abuse as a tactic against opposition, against any coming to oppose. They were deploying that. So it may not be on that scale, but those cases exist in our history and they exist right now. So we need to equip ourselves as we communicate on this. How do we actually respond? If someone came from a detention facility, how do we facilitate? And I know many people are here, and we must know that sexual abuse is very widespread. Many people have, this might be even very, very triggering if I did not say that in the beginning, because sexual abuse is present even without the state in our families every day. It's a very, very present experience for everybody. So what does it mean when then the state uses it? It means that you can't even have a chance easily at justice. So as we look at medical responses, looking for anti-rape kits to respond to whoever has gone through this, we need to look at how do we document these cases to, with the idea of like we can provide specialized psychosocial support. Yes, everybody who has gone to protest, who have been who has faced the state repression needs actually mental health support and psychosocial support. But this particular aspect of sexual abuse requires specialized attention because our society already stigmatizes victims of sexual abuse. And I want us to be very, very serious about it, because even in normal times, people joke about sexual abuse and they use it as a weapon to get back to the victims, to trivialize them. And when men come forward, we see certain language about like, oh, you were sodomized, or what do you say? Like using their experience to further make them disappear from the cause. So we need to support them. We need to support whoever is coming up, whoever is doing psychosocial outreach, prison visits. Like Maria talked about, someone in a WhatsApp group say, oh, protect your clients. But the state needs to protect whoever is in a gazetted, controlled government facility. This is international law. You cannot use, your agents are not going to use sexual violence and rape, and you say, and as a prosecutor, you're like, oh, you know, just go and protect. How are you supposed to protect anybody who is in government-controlled facility? The government must be held accountable. We must put this issue as one of the leading concerns, that the government is, if it's deploying and we confirm these cases and we believe victims that it's using this tactic, we need to bring it to the forefront, because this is an international, not just a Ugandan law situation. It is an international criminal law, cases. So we need to be able to document them and see what kind of justice even we can find for the victims. So I wanted to bring that, and we need to give everybody, no matter the agenda, that has been a victim. Thank you.
General Muntu, you've heard the voices of these young people. Well, let me even stop using the word young. You've heard the voices. You are a leader and you've had a certain approach. What responsibility do we have? Those of us who've been around for a while and have been in public life, what can we do to help the situation as it is? General, you'd have to unmute your mic. Don't forget. General, I don't know if you can hear me now, but I don't know if you're frozen. Let's see. Godwin, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I think while we wait for General to come through, you've listened to all the conversations. Where does this go? You as one of the activists.
I think that's a tough one because it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango. So I think the ball is squarely in the court of those that in charge of government in this country. I think the tactics they're using right now may not be the best approach. They are trying to implicate organizations like Agora, saying that the organization is funding the protests.
Actually, talk about the whole foreign funding thing. It's an issue that I forgot. What's this with foreign funding?
Yeah, I think it's simply a case of them not smelling the coffee or reading the basic reality that is before them, that Ugandans are for long kept quiet over basic issues that the state ought to have addressed, and the repeated denial and ignoring of those issues by the government has pushed the people to the wall. I was reading a book one time that said, if you must push a man to the wall, be very careful, because at some point he will have to break either the wall or break you who is pushing him. So you should be tougher than the wall just in case it turns against one of you. So I think that's squarely where Ugandans have been, that they've been pushed to these situations. Every time you get your salary, and then you remember that there's a sick relative in the village you must send money for. And then you look at the tax that you have to pay and all these things. Then as you're seeing all these leaders who are basically insulting you by showing all this opulence before you. Now, that is what is causing this. There's no foreign funding. There shouldn't even be foreign funding. But if I can also say this, I was just looking at the continent, that African magazine, and there are similar protests in Egypt, there are similar protests in Kenya, there are similar protests in Nigeria. It's little surprising that all the governments in these countries are blaming some foreign forces for funding these protests. So the foreign funding has become our boogeyman, that each time we cannot address issues and look at them in the face, because these people have put out their clear demands. I don't know how the Daily Monitor got them, but they're clear demands. Are there issues to do with corruption in parliament? Yes, there are issues. Are there issues to do with opulence and lavish spending of the speaker? Yes, there are. As the speaker said that people can steal money as long as they take it back to their villages and support them. Yes, she has done all these things. So it's right in their faces. What the speaker has done is criminal in all those instances. A leader shouldn't be the one perpetuating corruption and supporting it. Now, when you turn around and start saying, oh, the foreigners are funding them. Okay, let us say the foreigners are funding this thing for a second, if that is true. Now, if the foreigners are funding this thing, and they're helping you to point out what is really failing your country, what is failing the economy, what is failing the people, what is causing all this agitation, then those foreigners love you, and you should address the issues that these people are pushing out. So as far as I know, Agora, I keep telling people that Agora is a toddler. It's not even 2 years old. If it was a human being, it would be at that stage of struggling to walk, trying to walk and say a few words. Now, this is the organization they're saying that, it's being used by foreigners. I saw they gave my friend Agatha a very big house and spy another big house. It's just that diversionary tactic of saying these things all the time, just so that they derail people. So how do we move on from here? I think it's 100% in the hands of government. I can be clear now on this space that yesterday I received a call from someone high in government who said that they want to meet me so that we can talk about issues of the protest. A similar call was received by Agatha. Now, I think those are the mistakes they are making of saying, I think Toko is the leader. Let's call Toko. Then we can talk to him, and then this ends. I saw a group of people led by my friend Jacob Eyero. I don't know what Jacob Eyero is eating these days, and it's unfortunate not on this space. I would have said this before him, but the issues that must be addressed are known. The tactic of meeting a few people, bribing them, maybe intimidating them, and all these things won't take away the big picture. The big picture is that people are saying there's corruption. People are saying, can we change our style of life? People are saying, we cannot continue this way, and those are the things that the government needs to address, needs to get addressed at this point in time. So for them to turn around and start blaming foreigners, I think it's unfortunate. How they handle the issues going forward from now, that is up to them. But I mean, I've seen things that start very small, and then before, when you have the opportunity to address them and then you don't address them, it's like a cancer. When they tell you that you have some signs of cancer, it's always said that you must treat it at the earliest. And I think the government of Uganda has the chance to treat this cancer. Maybe not in 5 years, maybe not in 10 years, but it can become a very big problem for us if we continue along this path.
Let me welcome someone who has been playing a really critical role in this protest as well, and I'll have him speak a little later. Where's Kambale? Where's? How are you?
Yes, Robert.
Wabuchire.
Wakere.
Very good. I will get back to you. I just want to quickly tap into. Let me first of all check. General, are you there? Because I tried to get hold of you earlier. You could come through. General, are you there? General, if you're there, you would need to unmute your mic or come back through. Let's see what happens. Rosebell, very, very quickly on foreign funding.
Thank you, Robert. I thought it's very important to root this in the histories of, our organizing. The idea that when you start organizing as an African, when you start asserting your agency, when you start demanding that your government respects you and sees you as a citizen, you are accused of acting on behalf of somebody. It's very infantilizing and very unfortunate. To rob an African the idea that they can fight for themselves. But we know this is not true. And so what if there would be foreign funding? Our whole government is funded by mostly foreign. I've already talked about the debt crisis. The debt crisis, we are already how many loans into the IMF? We are a foreign funded entity. That's what it the last I checked, we couldn't easily run a blood bank. America was funding our blood bank. So what are you talking about by foreign? This we should not even distance ourselves. It doesn't matter if someone is gets some little funding, because the reality is like even the current financial situation in the world does not even bring money to any non-government organization. The reality is that this kind of rhetoric is deployed to use. We have seen attempts to muzzle what NGOs are doing. We know NGOs were closed. So we cannot read this in terms of like, okay, this is only about the exhibition and the corruption move. This is intended to build on what the state has already done to non-government organizations and the state of civic organizing. So they want to use that. We see tools like, the financial intelligence, right? Facilities being used to quiz organizations. We know that during walk to work, the issues were there when NUP was organized.
Rosebell, I saw a post by someone who said that they are busy forging bank statements, things like that.
So we should not even give this kind of idea that if someone got some money contribution for them to organize. We have always had, foreign contributions to our causes, but that will never take away our agency. The fact that I am here, no one is going to pay me, Robert, to fight for my rights. I am already fighting for my rights. If it is little money, it's just for my survival. It will not be so that it can shape how I think. Ugandans are protesting because of the kind of material conditions this government has forced them in. But also, it would be helpful for this government to actually explain to Ugandans the kind of global dynamics we find ourselves in. The fact that Uganda, as formerly colonized country, is in the chokehold of debt. So you can't be claiming that there's some foreign funding where, when we are in the debt crisis, you're the one getting our loans from China, from IMF, from everywhere, in order to continue to fund your bloated government, and while Ugandans do not see changes in their life. You have to tell me, what did we do with a loan from here? What did we do with a loan? What changes have Ugandan felt? And then the government can start talking about claims of foreign funding. But for me, I want to emphasize that this is in order to use it against organizations which have already been crippled. They are already been like they're on their knees because their finances are doubly checked. They're planning to bring some weird laws probably to say if you get this money. We saw this kind of laws in Ethiopia's Meles Zenawi. If you remember, he said if you cannot get more than, I think was 40% of your funding, it can't come from outside. He used this kind of tactics to hold the Ethiopian people under his chokehold. So we know that these tactics have been used, but people should not even give precedent to this kind of thing. Right. We know that Ugandans are struggling to self-organize. We are here, doing our circles so that we can get people on bail, putting the little money. Yet all of us are like one sickness away from becoming impoverished. Impoverished, so, and majority of Ugandans are like that. We are all struggling daily. From, if you're lucky to have a paycheck, it's not even it's not working. You're sharing it with 20 other relatives. This one has to go to school, then there's this medical care. We are all a basket case of like mutual aid, helping each other. So who comes up to even give precedence this idea that we are foreign funded? It has to be debunked. And it's used to be diversionary and to frame organization.
Let me bring Wes. Wes, how are you?
Yes, Robert. I'm good. I'm good.
You've done two things. One, you've set up a website of tracking the missing persons, which I thought was a fantastic innovation. And you'll tell us how that works and how you can be helped. But the more important one, which is what I want to hear from you, is how can people avoid being tracked by those who are trailing them?
Okay, I think I need to start with the tracking part.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sure. It's a little bit tricky because worldwide, the state always has more technological power to track anyone. Technologically, we could avoid it. For instance, I've told that people who have iPhones, you can put them into lockdown mode. It is one way Apple has devised to protect people from being tracked. How lockdown works is that if the state has planted like spyware on your phone, it is supposed to be sending back information, like for instance, your chats, your calls, your IP address. But when you put it into lockdown mode, then nothing gets out and nothing gets in. So that is one way for people who use Apple products. And this is fantastic because every Apple device that you have then also gets into lockdown mode. Yes.
What's lockdown mode?
You can just go to settings, search lockdown mode and put it on. It will have to restart all your devices. And so nothing gets in, nothing gets out. But also that is not foolproof. You need to, at the lowest or minimum, you need to use a paid up VPN. I know a lot of us have VPNs, and well, judging from the financial situation, we may not be able to part with about $5, $7, $10 to pay for VPN. But if you're heavily involved in this, then you need to pay for it to get extra security. We've had VPNs like Proton VPN, BrowseSec, and other types of VPNs that are pro people. For instance, Proton VPN is one of the best when it comes to security. But that's technologically. Let's think about tracking from the human side. When you're involved in these kinds of struggles and protests, you have to also insulate yourself from the people around you. I don't know if it is by, chance or I don't know, but some of my colleagues have been trailed, some have been called, some have been texted. I haven't got that yet, and it's not because I'm protective or something, but there are things that I've probably tried to put in place. Not putting your numbers out there, not putting your emails out there, not so much putting out the close people to you out there, because then they use those people to find you. Okay, I know we like to hang out friends, expose our family and all that, but also that's the way the state uses to track you, to find you, your favorite border guy, your Rolex guy, your classmate, even a classmate that you last saw 10 years can be used to find you. So we just need to be vigilant, both in the human way and technologically. But on the missing websites thing, surprisingly, this is something that we started in Kenya. So the Kenyan authorities want to know how their protests worked, is that I saw the tech people, the tech bros and tech sisters, as we call them, starting this thing where we had a site tracking all the MPs that voted yes for the financial bill. And then I jumped on it and started contributing to it. I contributed to a couple of things from the comfort of where I am. And then a week towards the march to parliament, I thought, I was like, wait, we've always had issues where people will be picked up, people will probably or unfortunately be killed within these protests. And because there is no form of accountability, the government always denies that. They will deny that we didn't arrest person ABC. They will deny that we didn't kill person ABC. Because we still have fresh memories of November 2020, November 2016 in Kasese and all those things. And I was like, okay, you know what? I cannot stop you from arresting people on the streets. I do not have the power to match your violence, your brutal force. But if someone, because this is also about my friends. I have a couple of friends that are now in Lozira. So I was like, if I have a friend and that friend gets arrested, then I should be able to echo his name. So that at no one single point you can say that you didn't arrest that person. And so that becomes a form of accountability.
Right.
These names are being viewed by people globally because we were lucky we had someone buying us that domain. Someone saw this and immediately bought us that domain.
Wow.
So it is global. People are seeing these names, and any person that is on that site, whether they have been released, whether they are still in custody, whether they are still on remand, those names will be there until, if there are 132 people, my intention to see that every one of them has a released tag on them. So we are not taking it down.
Yeah.
And even after this, it will still be there until everyone has a release tag on them.
Right.
If there is someone who is missing, we are going to have everyone, each one on this call, task the government to tell us where those people are, because we saw them get arrested and there is no way they can deny it this time round. So that was the whole instance of having the missing person's website.
Right.
And as I've insisted, we have behind me, where I might have been the face of this, behind me, there are more than 20 Ugandan developers, and some actually not Ugandans. So, well, of course, we have some Kenyans, Rwandans, and other people from outside that have joined in to help us. So we do not probably need any form of support right now. We would like to do this quietly, but ensure that there is some form of accountability.
Let me come back. Thank you very much, Wes. I just need to check again if General is there. His hand has gone quiet. General, are you still with us? Okay. Azawi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, I beg, you pardon me with your question.
No. I hadn't asked. I was just first of all checking whether you were still there. You've listened to the things that people have to say, Azawi, and you've captured the voice of and you called out your colleagues, and you've captured, and it's gone completely exploded on social media. I mean, everybody's talking about it. Where do you think we go now? I mean, from where you sit, what do we do?
First, I think Tetuzikiza, we should keep on pressing on the pimple until it bursts. We should not keep quiet. I just urge other, influential voices to come on board, because I feel like they're the missing piece. They have influence. Like, you don't know how much power artists have and how much that power, can take us. So we just want them to, to keep on talking, to keep on, pressing, exerting pressure. I know it's gonna get too much for them at some point. So, like, let's not get discouraged as a youth. Let's keep on pressing. Tozikizam, every day, say what you have to say. Press them, bring out the evidence, call upon the authorities, the police, call them out, the members of parliament, because they are selling our country to the highest bidder. Tulieno, but those people in parliament, they are selling our country to the highest bidder. Abayimbi Bo, they already sold their funds. Baba was sente, now they are compromised. They are now in a very tight position right now. They don't know where to fall. Ngokusaidia yaba wagizi, wagokusaidia yaba wagizi, bando sente zawe beyalianga nabo bamuletera. So now let's keep on, making them feel guilty for selling out their funds. Robu sente. So I think for now that's what we can do. Ebirala tujja kuba obwongo bwaffe bukolera ku sipiidi, tujja kubiyigira as process eno ng'egenda mu maaso. Just tetusirika. Let's keep on talking. Let's keep, for me, that's what I feel like we should do. If it means going to studio and making music about this, we should. If it means, putting out merchandise that calls out these, corrupt officials, we should do it. Tetuzikiza.
I want to go to Jackie. Jackie Kemegisa, thank you for coming back. I had a very specific question for you. Teach us, how can this cause, what kind of narrative, how can they create a narrative that's continuous and consistent? And how can they communicate in an engaging way that keeps the rest of the public involved in this cause?
Thank you, Robert. So I think that, first of all, any political movements require political education, number one. And I think that what the government has done, specifically what Museveni has done, is to create a culture of ignorance, but also to celebrate mediocrity. And this is exemplified, for example, when police officers do what they're supposed to do, and they get applauded for doing the right thing. But yet the right thing is the thing that pays your salaries every day. So I think that first we need a kind of political education, and I don't think that necessarily that political education, probably it could be more for the elite than anyone else, because I think that my Boda guy has a very sharp class analysis in comparison to some of the people I went to school with. So I think that
I think we talk about it as political consciousness.
Exactly. So, but
civic responsibility, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but I think that keeping that in mind and deliberately creating spaces, for example, if we can have a Twitter space that reads certain experiences. I know the Kenyan feminists yesterday had one where they were talking about, understanding the kind of protest that is happening through a feminist analysis. There are so many other analysis that people can use, but I think political education should be one of them. The second one is what Roosevelt had talked about, the ability to create a movement that is sustained cross-class. And I think that a lot of the movements that happen are not necessarily, especially within Uganda, cross-class, because a lot of us who are, positioned in whatever we are, we want to hold on to the very little that we have, with the idea that maybe we can accumulate more and become, I don't know, become something wealthy. But yet that is unattainable given the fact that most of us are one medical bill away from abject poverty. So the elite aspirations have to come to the forefront, especially because majority of the people who are sustaining others financially, materially, are elite. So, for example, what does civil disobedience look like? What if we say that part of the strategies for this movement is, tax withholding? What does that look like legally? Then we can have the lawyers come in, say what would that look like. If we say we're boycotting certain organizations or certain service providers that deliberately leak information. For example, I don't understand how a private entity that is a telecom can then give out user data to the government to give them access. So what does that look like? If we say that this month we're going to boycott MTN, and what does that mean? What is in time? What is there for us to do? What levels of discomfort are we willing to subject ourselves to? And I think the other bit of the narrative specifically is just, and I think for me, mine would go specifically to media, that the inability to have news that lacks any critical analysis under this very trumped up white supremacist idea of objectivity cannot sustain, cannot sustain people, but also it can't sustain media markets. So if we take what Museveni says as truth and reprint it on the Daily Monitor without necessarily providing context, what that does is then it creates that whole, it sustains the narrative. It becomes a symbiotic relationship. And I know from like the business aspect of media that the Ugandan government is one of the biggest advertisers. And so to compromise that relationship is to compromise how the media runs, because at the end of the day, media are, capitalistic institutions that require money to feed, not necessarily to pay their journalists, but to feed the board and feed whoever owns more shares. So I think that for media, and since that's my practice and my education as well, is taking a critical analysis towards everything that Museveni does. So whether it is, for example, why do we think that it is important if the president opens a borehole? Why do we think that it's important to cover Museveni opening the speaker's hospital that has names of his children and his grandchildren? Why is that, and what aspects of news are important there? And the aspect of news there is not, you can cover that story, but then question how a Speaker of Parliament is able afford such luxury. Where is the money coming from? What businesses are there? And I think that if we take a critical interpretation of news outside of just simply, vomiting everything that Museveni says as eaten, then that means that we as media practitioners contribute to that lack of civic awareness. Now, the second, I think the third thing here is for me, and this is for those of us who disagree with the whole formulation of the nation state. So I do not fundamentally believe that, for example, we can go to the Ugandan courts of law to seek justice. Doesn't work. That's self-gaslighting, because we know that the justice system is already compromised. Now, how do we rebuild a justice system that is already compromised when the ways in which judges are appointed solely rest in Museveni's grip where the contestation is? So again, how do we come at all these systems of power that are centralized? And Museveni here is the center, because what he has managed to do is kill all sectors, whether that's health, whether that's agriculture, whether that is lands. We now have crazy things where there's a land dispute and you don't have the land board functioning, or even the Ministry of Lands, that now people have to go and line up at Museveni's house to get an intervention. But that signals to where the power is centralized. And so how do you center that? You can't then go to Ministry of Lands to say we want justice for land, when we know that the go-to when you want to achieve land justice is Museveni. Then how does that work? We can say that we want to protest, and then you want to get a police letter from the police allowing you to protest. We can say that we want to dialogue. Dialogue what? Dialogue with who? Dialogue about what? To be able to dialogue is that the other party, the oppressor, has to have a consciousness. And what we know with Museveni and Museveni's regime and Museveni's people is that there is no consciousness. The consciousness is violence. The only difference now is that that violence is no longer monopolized. So I think for me, when it comes to protesting and when it comes to speaking to protesters and when it comes to even organizing protests, we have to ask, what is self-defense for young people? For example, how do I defend myself from sexual violence if that's to happen? You know, and if that is even be expected, how do you defend yourself from violence when the state uses police and military as a private entity militia for from Museveni and his people? So I think when we talk about where to go, how to sustain, I think that there can be multiple avenues depending on where you think best fit your services, you know, can complement, whether it's financial, whether it's just simply, you know, removing yourself from the ways in which the state operates and removing yourself, or even removing the whole idea of protesting within the framework that we have. Because if we know courts of law don't work, we know prison is probably where we're all candidates for it at one given point or another. We know there's no justice. We know parliament doesn't represent anything that is supposed to be beneficial to people. You know, and once we stop we stop what as I would say, the delusion. Once we move away from that delusion of what things are supposed to be, and we sit within the reality of what is it, or the reality that we're in, which is a dictatorship, which is that the nation state, the realities we have now is that the nation state cannot serve us. Whether it's hospital, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's anything, even just bare minimum of food. So once we stop, trying to work within a failing framework and decide that, okay, what are the movement needs? What do young people need today? What the most important thing is food and food, education and whatnot. So how do we build movements that are centered around community needs and not necessarily center anything to do with dialogue? Because for me, I don't think that where we are now, we can dialogue. There's no dialogue. To be like, Museveni lacks a consciousness. And on top of lacking a consciousness, he and his people and everyone around him, in a way, has made it, they're out of context, which is bizarre, because then Museveni starts saying things like he's a tourist in his own country. Like I think there was a news story where he was, I think, in Kalere and telling people that voting for NUP is the reason as to why they don't have power. Like, NUP is a new thing. But also the time he and his wife were shocked that people didn't have services, which for me should be the thing that radicalizes the movements, because then you can't expect someone who is deeply out of context and out of touch and out of reality, but also whose wealth has, because I think someone said that, I saw a tweet where someone said that pay as Museveni earns, something like that. That if you understand that as a taxpayer, as someone who contributes whatever it is that you contribute, that largely that money is stolen, how do we stop that contribution? And maybe lastly to say that what for me I'm interested in is, one, and the thing that I think most of us can do wherever we are positioned is, contribute, go visit. That's the real urgent needs. But I think the long-term work becomes the work of how do we build a narrative that centers Ugandans, but a narrative that centers community, a narrative that decenters this idea that we have to consistently dialogue with power not to beat us. Like, it can't work. You can't ask someone who's beating you to stop beating you when they have the power. So I think it also means that to create a narrative, we have to also attack the power. And how we attack that power can take different forms. And I think people in this call and in this conversation are able to, speak to the various ways, the numerous ways that we can do this. But I think the most urgent thing, aside from the material needs of the people, is also attacking the narrative, and most specifically developing one that centers people across class, that centers people across gender, that centers people across sex, because those are the big dividers. The whole foreign funders narrative is based off of homosexuality, and we've seen that. And so because the homosexuals were taking a beating, the rest of Uganda sat down. because one, they were not homosexuals, but also two, they couldn't be predators based off of the deliberate disinformation and misinformation that the media participates, but also that the government has. So I think for us, I want us to create a critical understanding that each time an oppressed group is attacked, whether that's poor people, whether that's women in markets, whether that is, women who are doing sex work, whether that is people who identify as gay or not, that it should sound an alarm that the next person is right next to you. Because once they have that small group isolated, then they're capable of creating smaller groups isolated. And if we cannot work across those small groups, then that means that a movement cannot be sustained. So I'm interested in how do we work across small groups, for example, how do we dialogue with sex workers to ask them how are they able to, still work in this climate? How do they make their money? How do they transgress the violence of police? If we work with, people who are in ghettos, how are they able to transgress police violence? And all those lessons then are translated and just redistributed within and amongst all of us. Then that, for me, one, changes the narrative, but it's also able to move the needle a little bit. Thanks, Robert.
Jackie, those of us who come from polygamous families, there's a saying that the stick being used to beat your co-wife is the one that will be used to beat you. So the idea is you hide it. So I guess that sort of summarizes the point you're making, that if we ignore the plights of marginalized people, eventually that behavior will come into the mainstream. Maria, are you still there? Kept you on the anthill in
Salut.
Maria, I'll give you.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you, Robert.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you.
No, I'm saying that after you, I want to open it up to the public, and I'll give guys 2 minutes each to have their say. So yes, I can see there's a whole lineup. So I might actually ask a couple of you to just create at least 5 slots for me to get people in. That's it. But that's the only people allowed not to go away are Rosebell and Azawi. You're not allowed to go away. Even Wes, I still need you here. The Toko, I can let you go be arrested. Otile, you can go and sleep if you want to. So sorry, it's just to really free up a couple of slots for me to be able to take the questions. But it's but just stay on the call in case I need you back. So Maria, very quickly, where do we go?
Where do we go? From where? In what context?
To the future, I guess. From where we are now, how do we build on this process?
Yes, how do we build on this process? I think Jackie has highlighted the importance. Live with the experience of corruption. Like none of us here can say that, I've somehow been able to navigate life without facing the impact of corruption one way or the other. There are people on this call whose parents sold everything so that you could access education in institutions where the people who are governing us were able to go to the university for free and also have decent accommodation, food and everything in these institutions. We've struggled in healthcare facilities when we very well know that our members of parliament who do budget allocation are the same people who have medical insurance outside public health care. People work in Ministry of Education, but their children study abroad. First of all, we don't even know how they afford this. But if the person who is governing the system is not participating in it, then they are selling us poison. So being able to raise consciousness to all the citizens everywhere and let them know that make them know how corruption affects us on a daily basis, one-on-one, not just that it's far away from us, right? The discussion on taxation, many Ugandans outside Kampala don't realize that they actually pay taxes, because many of them do not understand how indirect taxing works. So when graduated tax was removed, people think that they actually do not pay taxes. So being able to have those conversations. The other thing that moving forward and in part of sustaining causes and having long, preparing for the long haul is being community to the people who have fallen victim to the struggle, right? The people who have been harmed by the struggle. So the people in jail, being community to them, but also being community in an extended manner, that nobody in jail his child should fail to go to school because they're in jail when the rest of us are outside here, that they should not be able to not afford rent, that their families should not be evicted from houses simply because they can't afford rent because they are inside. This is our moral duty to them because they have the courage that we have failed to mobilize. And we're just okay. I'm not like undermining the importance of retweeting, but yes, let's just be honest. There are levels in this thing that they have mobilized the courage to actually show up physically. So how do we make sure that they do not make extra losses to the freedom that they have? But it's also that we must start preparing ourselves, but because we are going to have to end up on that street one way or the other, if that's the only way we're going to get the state to do what it's supposed to do. And but also being able to do things in our small spaces. I talked about your relatives being thieves, you people, right? That you must address them directly. Don't go in corners, right? You must address them directly. Christmas lunch is coming. I'm always ready for Christmas after June. Christmas lunch is coming. Someone tweeted and said someone asked their over relative, over uncle, how they built apartments in Chambogo on their salary. Ask all your neighbor. Some of you, your friends, you know, are thieves. They work in Ministry of Energy, CG Ministry of Water. You know that their salary is 800K, but they're driving a Benz. They must tell us where this money comes from because this is someone's money they are stealing, right?
Yeah.
So being able to build consciousness, but being able to organizing takes work. Movements are messy. Movement building is messy. It's difficult, but we must build the resilience that General Mugisha Muntu was talking about. The revolution needs money. Those who are working, those who are rich. My friend tweeted and said, some of you have profited from this corrupt government. Now show us, send us money so that we make people's lives easier as they are fighting you in that process. Yes.
The street phrase is twagala sente.
Twagala sente. Some of your fathers and mothers, we know they are thieves. We see them here. Then you're saying we cannot blame you for the actions of your parents. Now you send us that money that they gave you, and then we make other people's lives easy. But we need to organize in terms of education. We need to organize people. Also, we need to organize resources, but plan for the long haul. This Uganda is for all of us, especially you people with children. You people with children, there's no country that's going to take 45 million of us. So this business of we are going to leave, bichi, yes, you can leave. But listen, when they deport you, this is where you're coming back. When those racist countries are tired of you, this is where you're coming back. This is where your children are going to be. For us who don't have children, we can just wake up tomorrow and just choose to die and be okay. So let us this is the only place we can call home. We cannot allow mad people to turn us into refugees. Some of us, they turned our parents and grandparents into refugees. We cannot allow this to happen to us, and we cannot die when we are paying taxes. Afadhali, if we are dying, we are not contributing to this. But we cannot die when we are contributing to this nation by force. So for me, it's let's educate, let us organize, let us take action, and let us be community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. And now it's time to go to the public. And I will start with Old Gorilla. You have 2 minutes, and I'm going to be very dictatorial on the time because I would like to let as many people speak as I can. Old Gorilla, what do you have to say?
Yes, comrade, thank you so much. This is Old Gorilla. Yeah, I want to thank all the other participants, General Mugisha Muntu, Azawi, Maria, and all the rest. And comrade, thanks for hosting the space. You know, it's very moment in our country and what we are going in, us seeing the things that are happening every now and
Wow, Old Gorilla, I've lost you. Can you hear me? Your internet is... Or is it mine? It can't be. Old Gorilla, are you there? Old Gorilla, try and come back in. I think I have lost you. Okay, let's see who is there. Eve Zalwango.
Good morning, Robert.
Hi, Eve, you have 2 minutes. Everybody has been thanked. Everybody, so just go straight to your point.
I think for me, what I would like to say is that while we are trying to talk about corruption, some people tend to think that it's only that when the activists have come out and spoken about it, it's only that the activists are the ones that are agitated. But let's speak from the side of the business. People really think about this we don't think about the corruption in a perception. I'm speaking in a business mind. For example, on Monday, I had a meeting with my employees, and I asked them, are you guys going to say anything about this corruption thing? And all of them told me, no, madam, it's none of our business. And the only thing I had to put to them is that, for example, right now, URA is asking me that if I have to pay VAT, all I have to do, I'm not going to offset my VAT right now up until end of August. Reason being, government needs money. And when government needs money, I have to pay that money. So I have 12 million to pay to government, but I don't have salaries for my employees. I put it in that perspective to them and tell them, look here, if I have to pay this money, yet government already owes me money, 22 million Ugandan shillings, I have to offset off my VAT, but I'm not allowed. They're asking me, pay the 12, you'll offset later. So, but in my mind, I'm telling myself, where is this money going to go? The things that I need to be done are not done. And I think all Ugandans need to be the voice for corruption to every space where you are, whether you are in business, whether you are at home, speak to it so that somebody understands the point you're trying to deliver. It's not that we are agitated and we're just saying, because, and also people are saying, because you guys are doing okay for us, we cannot speak, because if we speak, we lose this and this and this. But at the end of the day, you need to think the long term of what you're losing by you keeping quiet and saying nothing.
Next, Mercy Awino. Mercy Awino.
Thank you, Robert. I think I just wanted to say that we need, I think Jackie and Rosemary must have talked about the power of language and nomenclature in this struggle. And for me, I want to speak about it in the context of how do we address and how do we talk about the perpetrators of corruption, of all the abuses that are happening. I think it's very important for us to shift from just saying that, text the thief, that these people have stolen, because it is much stronger than that. We should not be calling them thieves, because theft, when you look at it, it's usually thought about as something that is a bit petty. We don't usually look at theft in the context of robbery, in the context even of mass murdering. When you hear that we have lost 25 trillion shillings to corruption, that is just not simple theft, right? That is actually killing hundreds and hundreds of Ugandans. And so I think that our media needs to be very, very intentional about looking at the consequences of the words that we speak, that when we say, people have stolen this kind of money, then an ordinary Ugandan will just think it's petty theft and will not look at the consequences of that. And then I think the last thing I want to talk about is the role of the entertainment industry. And I think Azawi has really spoken so much to that. And I just want them to look at themselves as opinion leaders, people that actually do shape narratives. When we look at the Pan-Africanist movement in other countries, look at Fela Kuti in the military junta in Nigeria, look at Thomas Mafuno in Zimbabwe, Angelique Kidjo, and all those guys. And so people usually, and I think something that has been a bit contentious that has been happening on Twitter, when Mitch has been calling Uncle Mo, for example, to account for the things that he said and to demand a public apology. And people, because Uncle Mo is loved, we kind of want to tend to ignore Mitch or just laugh about it and, say that. But we don't know the impact of what someone that is an opinion leader actually has on people, and how, when we make jokes about this, share memes, and do all these things, we trivialize the struggle of thousands of Ugandans, of people who have now lost their freedoms and their liberties and are sleeping in Luzira. And so we need to be very, very careful about what we say and how that affects people, right? And own this fight, because this fight is not just about for us and our families, it's about Uganda as a whole. So let's own this fight. Let's stop looking at people as, oh, for you, you're too emotional. Yes, it is an emotional thing. We must be emotional about it because our sisters, our brothers are dying. Our children are going to die. So who are you not to be emotional about someone that is committing acts of mass murder on the citizens of Uganda? And so when we talk about dialogue and all that stuff, as Jackie said, you cannot dialogue with someone that does not have a conscience. So go on the streets, shock them from their comfort zones, let them know that we are actually speaking against something that is very serious. And if they do not change what they have to change, then we shall take the power from them. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Mercy. Emmanuel.
Robert, can I speak quickly? And I would love to leave. Just
Jacob. Okay,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
sure. Okay.
As I give my parting shots, I just want to first of all say the fight has just begun, and I want Ugandans to know that there is no leader in power or any politician that is coming to save any of us, because it looks like they operate currently as though each one of them has a nude of the other. So once you speak about IGG can't talk about corruption in parliament, parliament can't talk about corruption in judiciary, the executive definitely knows how much power parliament holds in keeping him in power. So we are on our own right now. And the people that we look up to sort of be able to get us off this situation are not coming to our rescue. So as everybody in this struggle, the fight is for everyone, and we should be able to take responsibility. And that's why it hurts so much to see people we pay money to sort of watch every day, people we hold as opinion leaders keeping quiet in churches, people are only going to look for envelopes in State House. That's very selfish. But that shouldn't deter us from the main cause. We should focus on the elephant in the room. I think it was Norbert Mao that once said, when if your house is burning, you don't, and a rat comes out running, you don't start chasing the rat. You first address the burning house, and that is what exactly we should be doing right now. If it means printing T-shirts and distributing it in villages, showing, because first of all they don't even have clothes, we would be giving them clothes but also sending a message in local languages to those people in the villages. We can be able to do that, and Ugandans have the capability of sponsoring this. The narrative of imperialists trying to fund this, we are struggling right now. We have a GoFundMe for the people in diaspora, which I've shared a link to this conversation too, to try and fund and get money to release the people that were arrested. So all these narratives that they have been trying to spin around to try and deter us from the main cause, we shouldn't focus on it. And finally, one of the safety tips I think for me I used before, because during the Uganda Health Exhibition, I was being hunted, and the only thing I had to do was move away from my location to a new location. And I think I lived there for about 4 months before I moved to the United States. So all these things are costs that we should be willing to pay to get what we deserve. And yes, it's going to be painful. People are going to go to jail. Some people are going to be arrested, and all these other things that they're trying to do. But the elephant in the room should be addressed, and we should be able to stick to that as much as we are able to, for as long as we still have the breath of life in our lives. God will always see us through. For God and my country, thank you so much. Apoyo Matek. Asanteni sana. Mwewale munonga.
Afoya Matek. And thank you very much, Dr. Jacob. So Wepulu, Emmanuel, what do you want to say? Emmanuel Wepuhulu. Are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good morning.
You have your 2 minutes.
What I have to say about the corruption issues in the country is we cannot only focus on parliament as an institution that is practicing corruption at a high level. I have taken part in different procurements in this country, but I can tell you corruption is so deeply rooted in our DNA as Ugandans that if we point out only parliament, yes, it's a good direction to take, but it's not enough for us to hold people accountable. There's a ministry which procured items in 2017. The pricing that was put on each item was 300 times more than the actual price in the market.
Wow.
One head of PDU, the money that he took in terms of kickback was 70% the same value.
Wow.
Of what the procuring entity was paying for the item. So it was twice. So if that procurement, because the total, which was around 112 million, was tripled. So the head PDU had that part, then part of it went to the contracts committee. These things happen every day within our surroundings, and some of us who are on these spaces, we are the ones who are orchestrating the corruption in the country. The only challenge is we are getting pained because the figures that are being spoken of in terms of misappropriation by parliament are quite much to our ears. But when we come back to the grassroots of running businesses, we are contributing to the corruption. So we need to sit down and reevaluate ourselves as Ugandans. If we are to put up the fight against corruption, we should practice ethically within our businesses when we are tendering either with government or with other private entities. But then it will be unfair if we only fight parliament and we have colleagues in a different ministry who are equally practicing corruption and we support it. Then at the end of the day, we meet at Acacia, we are dining, we are taking wine, we are all happy, and then we sit back and tweet that let's fight corruption. The accountability should be from all of us. If you're tendering, someone asks for money, please drop it. Come here and say so and so you're asking for money. I know you have to survive, but when this practice begins of ironing out people who are pushing for corruption, whether at procurement level or at parliament or in whatever aspect, where you're demanding for a service as a Ugandan and someone is putting pressure on you, KCCA knows this. I think I put pressure on their guys in Nakawa. It even came to Twitter. You can't tell me we've given out BOQs. You tell me that you have your own engineers to do the BOQs and you triple the money. I had to come out. So
right.
This is the direction we need to take as Ugandans. We can't fight corruption by only pinning out parliament. It's one institution. Let's pull out even other institutions, the judiciary. We move to, if it's foreign affairs, move to foreign affairs. If it's state house, state what you know. But let us state when we have the facts, because when people are pulled in court, of course, the corrupt are going to fight you if you don't have the facts.
Right.
That's all from me.
Okay. Michael Katagaya.
Thank you so much, Robert. I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Yep. You asked the question, I want to go straight. You asked the question, how do we go forward? How do we move forward? And I want to build on what Maria said about building community. We need to see how we build a strong community of people that are working together to fight corruption in this country. And I think that we can build on the experience that we have seen in this current campaign, where you've seen people coming out, different people. I really appreciate people like Wes who are using technology. We have people from different organizations coming together to work together. I have seen from our experience recently when we were about to address a press conference at Eliana, how once I arrived and I saw police was cordoning off the place, I took a video, and once I put it out on different WhatsApp groups, I don't know where the lawyers came from. People just came around and they said they were at Kira Road, they were at court, and a few hours later, our colleagues were actually released because people are working together. I have seen people who are cooking food and taking. So I think we need to build on that success and see how do we move the struggle forward. But also part of how do we bring in those who are not active citizens, because we have a number of Ugandans who see themselves as spectators. And Dr. Otile said the fight is for everyone. So how do we conscientize the rest of the masses that think this work is for the people that are running organizations or those that are activists? The other point on building community, Robert, is something that we talk about when we go to our rooms, to our offices, and to our homes, but we're not talking about directly publicly. Also trying to eliminate those who are in the struggle but working for the system outside. So I will tell you about this event at Eliana. So it was in a closed circle that was organizing, but at the time of the event, the police showed up. So the question that we have, and people have been saying, is it the hotel that called the police? Is it the media? Is it one of us? Is it the border next door that brought you to this event that you spoke to? So we must be able to identify, to see if the hotel, for example, is working with the regime, right? We must be able to call them out and say, we're not putting our events at your hotel, right? Because they are counterproductive, you know? So I think those are my really key contributions. And I think I think that I've added enough block on the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry we lost you. I hope you're back now. Old Gorilla, do you want to speak? Unmute your mic.
Yes, comrade. I
Gendo
went
gule
over
data. Gendo gule data.
data sent the twin. We are broke.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to rely on the submission of the people we've had earlier. Azawi, General Mugisha Muntu, Maria, and the certain lady, Jacob, and Comrade also thanking you for hosting that space, like I said earlier. I also add on what Michael has said, mentioned that how do we get the attention of the people who seem to be not part of the what? The campaigns, they think like it's for organization, it's for the elite. Like our people downtown, they seem known to be aware or less concerned. About the borders, those people have a lot of energy. I really wondered, where were they? You know, they also didn't seem to be informed. So, like, how do we get in terms of like the previous protests we have had? How do we get all those other communities?
But old Gorilla, those guys have been protests. They went on strike as traders.
Yes, the traders went on strike. I was coming to that also. The other thing is just going in two pockets, because when the traders were on strike, we also, how can we all do it all at once, at a go? What's the possibility of all of us coming in, garner that all pressure and exert it in the same place, or one after the other? Because when the traders came in, then we take a break, we relax. Then after that, we come in and we look. So when the traders were striking, we looked on like it was the traders' business. Yet still, their effects trickle down to the consumers who are us. Yeah, so the very thing now that we were protesting and the traders were just looking at that. Because should they have also been part of the protest in the way, like, if not participative or close down their businesses? Like the very the things we have seen in Kenya. And then how do we get down to these border men? how do we get the
But
people in the market?
Old Gorilla, that's the building communities that guys are talking about. And I don't think
Yes.
we should attack groups that are acting independently. The thing is,
No,
how
no,
do
no.
we build? We should
Yes.
be, the language we should be using is how to reach out to them.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Don't mind my language, but yes, how do we work together with them so that we all act to the common goal?
Okay, let me give someone
Yeah,
else
but
a chance.
let me complete by thanking all those who participated in the protest, and then also we continue to garner up support for our friends who are still in prison to see that they are released. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right. Let's see who comes in now. Sharon, Dr. Aine.
Thank you so much. So I wanted first to address. So I've actually had so many narratives of why are the youth approaching Parliament? Why are we blaming Parliament? But one thing that one needs to understand is Parliament has over 553 seats, 135 districts. So us coming up as the youth and fighting to say that we need to start with a heartbeat. I see Parliament as a heartbeat. More of, let's say, talk about the heart. Once the heart is not working, then we don't have blood supply to all these other systems. So yes, Parliament is like a heart supplying all these other systems. Once we address the issue which has been affected, and we all know, we have seen the figures of what has been happening in Parliament. Once it is addressed, at least now we start going, we call them peripherals. We go into these peripherals and say, okay, now that the Parliament is corrected, and this is now what we can do. What we go into these other systems and with them slowly. And yes, also the Parliament, we also realize the role it has in it's playing with the scrutinizing the laws and all this passing of laws. And also I also look at Parliament as a branch. It's like it's a tree. There's a tree, and then there are branches. So if we keep weaving off the branches, and slowly, I believe that we can actually achieve so much. So yes, the youth approaching Parliament is very, very important for us, and I believe that each and everyone here can actually understand that it's one of the major things that we should look at. And us as the youth who are in business, I also would like, because I've actually been scrolling through and looking at all these spies of government and all them, let them send a message to these people that we are educated people and we have come up as the youth. We are not looking for money, we are not looking for jobs. Yes, they are very important, and we have so many youth who are educated and they are not employed, but this time we are fighting for our future. We are fighting for our children. We are fighting for this country. We are fighting for the person who is right now in hospitals, and they don't have even sutures. They're being sent to, imagine a patient being sent to look for sutures so that they can work on them. Patients die on the streets. Patients die because they don't even have cannulas. So these are the things that we are fighting about. Go out to all these spies I've seen on these pages, take this information to them. And also, I also want to talk about our X spaces. We have had so much of X spaces, but then what happens to the person who is on the streets? What happens to the so many youth who are out there and they are not actually on X? So what can we do? What can we do to ensure that these people get to understand, so that when I come out holding my placard of Anita must resign, the Parliament is, it has become a crime scene. How will they understand me? So I think maybe we need to play more to go out into the communities and make them understand what is going on, and also help them understand on how they get to understand in accounting for their finances. Thank you so much for your time.
Robert, since the lady is done, in case you. Okay, maybe I can just say a word as we wait for Robert. Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, so there's that thing of people repeatedly saying, why are you looking at parliament alone? I had that with some MPs saying the same. They claim we are scapegoating parliament. The corruption in this country runs deep and all. But yes, the first question should be, are there cases of corruption in parliament? Are there issues to do with parliament? It's not like parliament is not clean. It's not like it is this innocent child picked out of its innocence and being accused for all the city's sins. The parliament has very, very serious issues. When the team at Agora started the parliament exhibition, so many people, whether it was Ofono Pondo, whether it was I could name a couple of people who repeatedly called upon parliament to address these issues. It was a question of simply address these challenges. When they exposed that the commissioners were corrupt and selfishly enriched themselves to the tune of 1.7 billion Ugandan shillings, it was a question of them simply stepping aside or maybe having that discussion in parliament. But the way they reacted was that first they paid influencers to come here and malign everybody who was participating in the parliamentary exhibition. They said all these nasty things about Agatha. Of course, they attacked the women more because they slut shame them, hoping that if they say she sleeps with 5 men or she sleeps with so and so, that will somehow make them make derate the person off the cause. So for me, I think that is the critical thing, that for all the time people are calling upon parliament and saying, address these issues. You have this corruption, you have this other issue. And then people started saying that, oh, you guys are concentrating so much on parliament. But within Agora, we kept joking and saying that parliament was the one concentrating on itself. Because one time you're talking about the corruption of money shared, the next time the speaker is somewhere saying, oh, you can have a child who can steal as long as he brings something home. Then the next time, as you're still getting done with that, you're hearing that, oh, they bought themselves these generators of this much. As you're getting done with that, oh, they've taken money to fence their private residences and it's these billions of shillings. So I think that the parliament is definitely not the only corrupt institution in Uganda. Almost every institution in this country is corrupt. My friend jokes that because of the dictatorship at the national level, so many institutions have developed small dictatorships, whether it be Makerere University, whether it be the Law Development Center, whether it be Mulago. You'll find that there are demigods in these offices who will pretty much run the institutions the same way that the country is being run. They bring their relatives. There are questions of accountability. There are all these things going on. So parliament is just one of those, but it has become the embodiment, the place where these deals are passed. Even the president is decrying of the corruption in parliament. Yet they're not willing to lift a finger to address the issues that they have there. And yet, if you look at all the accountability committees, whether it be the Human Rights Commission, whether it be the Auditor General, they all take their reports to Parliament. So I think it's a case of people having had the expectations really high with Parliament, and Parliament having stabbed a dagger through our hearts as a country. But I think it is also a good sign that I mean, a wake-up call, I should say, not a good sign, that each time people are saying we are going to exhibit at a particular institution or we are going to look at this institution, within the institution, those leaders must address themselves, because so many times these things can be addressed. Like I said earlier, like it's the early signs of cancer, that there's this problem coming up. So the earlier you address it, and you have to address it comprehensively and say, there are these problems, we need to address it like this. And once you address it like this, we can then move forward from there. So I just thought I should put that clarity out there. I don't know, Alice, if you have something to say, maybe as we wait for Robert. It seems not available now.
So maybe let me just okay, Robert is back. Cool.
No, sorry, I didn't. Guess what? I had muted my own mic without without realizing it. Sorry. So who's ready to go now?
But Robert, if you can organize a space, you're almost better than all the guys on the AI committee. So you're not that badly off yet.
Did you see Fahad's picture of the first committee meeting of that AI committee?
No, let me look it up.
Look it up. It is absolutely hilarious. I mean, that guy is just nuts. Okay, so let's see who is there. Janet Kantalama. Can you speak? Okay, I'm trying to get people in. If you can't talk, Moses Rutahigwa.
Good morning, Robert, and good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
Robert, you can know what the morning silence was about.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
You shall not say anything. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you. I think just you notice that majority of the corporate world is quiet on this subject.
Yes.
You notice that, and most times they are maligned for they take a bigger beating for made talk show hosts on how they're not participating. But most times, you appreciate the environment they operate in because there are particular rules that bar them from participating or engaging in such conversations, even when they are being pressed. Each of us has patients who die in Molago, who go through difficult time in hospitals. So it's not as if we are not alive to the pain. And that should be very clear across as this conversation is going on. So in case someone is trying to say where the corporate people come, they're keeping quiet, it's not the case. However, I do believe that all of us have a tipping point at one time. I just want to use an analogy, Robert, as just so that I understand what it is. A story is told of a young man who had a father who used to sing out in church, and the brother felt embarrassed. So one day he told the father, "Today don't sing because I'm going to give you shoes." The father, because he didn't have good shoes, so he went to church on that day. The song was played, song one. The father wanted to sing, but then remember there were shoes. The song number 2, shoes. Song number 3, shoes. When the first time says, "Shoes or no shoes, praise the Lord," and he got up and sang the song. A time comes when you can't hold it anymore because it could hit it deep. So I think I just want to put a point that for the people who could be there, they want to speak but they can't speak. We really understand you. I think the biggest part will be that all of us are being pressed in one challenge. So not to side to these challenges, but where you have an opportunity to be able to do something, and as the speaker said earlier on, reject something that you think is not a proper. Please do your part wherever you are, because it's not just a fight for being on the street. Everybody has a role to play wherever they are to ensure we can have a clean society.
Right.
That's what I want to put in place, Robert.
Thanks. SK Sylvia, I think Kakio. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert. I think for me, I will go straight to your question. What is the way forward? For me, I think moving forward requires a holistic approach that combines immediate action with long-term strategies to build a more transparent, accountable, and inclusive society. So by working together, government, youth, civil society, and the private sector, I believe Uganda can really create a future where corruption is minimized, and then the potential of its youth is fully recognized. So, and then I also wanted to resonate with somebody who talked about education and awareness. In as far as civic and education is concerned, I think there is also need to focus on integrating anti-corruption education into school curriculums to build that culture of integrity right from the young age. And also there is institutional reforms. We need reforms in public institutions to reduce opportunities for corrupt practices, including streamlining processes and reducing this bureaucratic red tape. With that, I think we have a way forward with this disease called corruption. Thank you so much.
Right. Now, guys, I need to let Azawi go, but her last word before she leaves. Azawi.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who has given us their time and attention today. Yeah, we are all Ugandans and we want a better Uganda for our kids as well. So this fight is not going to be easy. It's going to drain us mentally. Some of us, it's going to cost us our businesses, but let's stay brave. Of course, being brave, as I was talking to my friend Gabriel last time, being brave does not mean you're not scared. It means you're scared, but then you choose to do it anyway because it's the right thing to do. So let's keep on pushing, pressing, doing whatever we can do to make sure that we see a better Uganda for every Ugandan. I sign out because I have work to do. Yes, I'll talk to you next time. Stay safe, stay blessed.
Thank you, Azawi, and God bless you.
All right. Bye.
Cynthia, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So Cynthia is one of the 4 people that went to police to table the request to protest and submitted the 7 points. Cynthia, tell us about the 7-point demands. Cynthia. Oh, Cynthia, we lost you. Cynthia, you back?
Yes, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we have you back now.
Thank you. Actually, I've been off the spaces. I've been off the space, and I've just joined right now because I had another talk show I was on, and I would like to be brought up to
Okay.
date on what has been
No,
discussed.
just remind us. Don't worry about what we discussed earlier. We were quite boring. Don't worry about us. I just wanted to specifically ask you to educate us. Two things. One, you had 7 points that you were demanding. Can you remind us what those 7 points are for the the protest?
Oh.
And two, what was your experience like dealing with the police when you went there?
Okay. So for the demand, okay, I saw the New Vision posted. Was it New Vision or Daily Monitor? They posted 7 demands, but I have 4 demands that are priority for us, the protesters, that I can really highlight. And those 4 demands are: one, we would like the resignation of the speaker. That's the first demand. And the second demand is the reduction of the salaries of the MPs to 3 million shillings, to 3 million new GX. And the third demand is for the commissioners to resign and also to return the 1.7 billion new GX that they took. And also we would like an independent audit of the parliamentary budget. Now those are the 4 demands that we emphasize on as the protesters. And for my experience, the experience of going to the police or the whole experience of being involved in the protest?
Whatever you want to share with us.
Okay. So okay, basically I'm just going to respond to I'm going to respond to the allegations that we are, like, the protesters are funded by foreign entities. Now I would like to disagree about us being funded by foreign entities, as one of the 4 people. But before I do that, actually, I also would like to commend the courage of our fellow Ugandans who braved the heavy-handed security to peacefully protest against the rampant corruption that has crippled our nation. Yes, and I hope that they do receive justice. Yeah, so for my experience, as one of the 4 signatories to the notification letter for these protests, I can personally attest to the fact that our actions were driven by a sincere desire to hold our government accountable. Our decision was motivated by a deep-rooted concern about the trajectory of our country under the weight of unchecked corruption, and we sought to exercise our constitutional right to peaceful assembly, a right which is enshrined in our laws. So it's disheartening that my co-signatories are now unjustly incarcerated for standing up against corruption. And the notion that foreign entities are behind these protests is a blatant attempt to divert attention from the real issues, and those issues are the exorbitant salaries of our MPs, the misappropriation of public funds, the neglect shifting, because those tactics are now really. Can you hear me?
Yes. What I'm going to do.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Cynthia, we can hear you.
Okay. Because I was still talking, and I thought you wanted to interject.
No. You just finish what you're saying, and then I'll get, because you're one of the 4 people that signed that, so it's only fair that we hear fully from you.
Yes. So to hear the president say that the protests were foreign funded was a shock to me, because as a person who was involved in going to notify the police, I was not coerced or pushed by any foreign entity. I did this out of my personal will, because I would like to see a Uganda that is free from corruption, where public funds and taxpayers' money are distributed equally among all Ugandans, where money is redirected to the public areas where it's really urgently needed. Now we see that our MPs are our MPs have excessive allowances, and on top of that, huge salaries. I think it's only fair that their salaries are reduced. Yes. So our will as the people who want to protest in this, who want to protest against corruption, is solely driven by a desire to see a Uganda that's free of corruption. And I think the allegations that it's foreign funded are really baseless, and it's shifting blame to foreigners, because foreigners are not responsible for building our roads. Foreigners are not responsible for building our hospitals. Foreigners are not the ones earning huge salaries of our taxpayers' money. So I think that we should focus on the real core issues, and those core issues, we know that it's income inequality and corruption. So we really, really, really hope that our leaders can listen to us and take appropriate action and listen to our demands and make sure that they're implemented. Otherwise, we as the people of Uganda would not say even the youth, because not only the youth are involved in this fight against corruption.
Right. So, Cynthia, thank you. I need to let the public back in to have a speak, but you can hang on as one of the people I invited. Let's see who is there. Right. Brian Osoro.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Brian.
Hello.
Go on.
Oh,
We can
yeah.
hear you. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. My name is Brian Osoro. I've been following what has been happening in Uganda. I'm not a Ugandan.
You're in Kenya.
Yeah, I'm a Kenyan, and I think Kenya and Uganda has some parallels apart from being, neighboring countries and our trade relations. So, okay, there are things that I think you can consider looking into. You don't really have to look into them, but I was just trying to draw parallels. So one, I feel like you have already identified the enemy, the common enemy amongst Ugandans, which is corruption. But what I think you can
We would like to see.
Yeah.
So it's our hope that the government listens to us and does not try to dismiss and diminish.
Looks like there's a problem in connection.
Yeah, I think there's a mix-up. Let me just put out Cynthia's. Cynthia, let Brian finish, and then I can have you back.
Yeah. So as I was saying,
all right.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think picking a common enemy, and by this enemy, I feel like it needs to have a face, and the description needs to be one that all Ugandans can recognize. Like for our case, the enemy was the political class, and so very quickly we realized that the political class is what has been, regurgitating and using the same methods, lying to the public that they're going to bring providence, but indeed what they care is status quo. So they would want to maintain that, and then some of them will pretend that they're befriending you, but indeed they are not. It's just the games that they play. So I feel like if you can just, yes, corruption is a good topic sentence, but I feel like it needs to be more descriptive, such that the public realizes that, what, these are the people who have been causing a lot of pain and suffering. So that's number one. And then if I can proceed, you can, of course, Ugandans are we're like the same. So you can have graphic designers, guys in IT, guys in music, guys in, all the arts, all the professions come in, and then you, in a sense, you craft what can I say? It's like a brand. So, but maybe you might need to be careful to pick a brand that is cut crossing. And like in our sense, we just, it came up as the Gen Zs. So it's like we said, oh, we don't like these old people,
You
we
had
are
an
young people.
identity.
Yeah, something like that. But maybe if you can pick something that is cut crossing to pick, to have all Ugandans join in, I think that will really help. And also graphics and art, because you see, when in long form, like let's say I'm conveying a message in long form, very few people have the attention or concentration to really read. But if it's in pictorial format, somebody can actually understand what this is. And then the other thing I feel like you can use is embarrassment. Politicians don't like embarrassment. So just like that, you can pick something like for our case in Kenya, doctors were supposed to get 4 billion Kenya shillings. That's around $40 million. But the government refused. The government gave them 2.8 billion Kenya shillings. And then they say the 1.2 deficit, they don't have that, They're like, you guys, we don't have that money. So we realized that the first lady was allocated 600 million Kenya shillings. That's around $6 million. And the second first lady was allocated $4 million. So now we picked that. And then we put on the side doctors, what they represent, what they mean to society, and two women who, there was really nothing special about them apart from the relation with the president and the vice president. And then now you put it out to the public. You ask them, does this make sense? So the public now starts understanding, actually, this does not make sense, because you might have the pain, because you're educated, you're intelligent, you're exposed, but the general populace is not in tune. In fact, they will even wonder what is wrong with you people. So embarrassment, and by bringing things on the face of it, like the stark, what do I mean? Like the leadership. You paint the leadership in a way that it's so disconnected to what is happening in society, now you put it to the public. The other thing I think you can consider doing, you have Ugandans who are abroad, who live abroad. So I feel like those ones are supposed to be your soldiers online. They are the ones who are supposed to be pushing these messages, because in Kenya we had abductions. Like I know a few people who are picked for their online activities. So I feel like, on that front, you can consider doing that. The other thing is, what I've just had, funding. Of course, the government is going to say that it's a few young people who have been funded by white people who are trying to also promote homosexuality, that kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
When that's, yes, so I feel like when that happens, of course it's going to happen, but with the embarrassment, with how you are going to expose, with the sort of impeachment strategies that you guys are going to have, the public, like you put it to the court of public opinion, and the public will be like, you know what, even if these people are funded, I'm not saying you're funded, but what are they saying? This is what they're saying. Is it true? Is it not true? And the other thing which you might also like to consider is decentralization. In a sense, central authority, in as much as we feel like it's a good thing, but it's equally, I think it could become an Achilles heel, whereby if you decide to pick leaders, and then they're the ones who are supposed to represent this movement, that might be a weakness at the moment, because the government is very good at identifying those people, picking those people, and then showing to everyone that, we got your soldiers, we got your commanders, we have them, and we are going to, this is what we are doing to them, so be very careful. So I feel like that is, yes, that is something you might need to consider. But all in all, me, I like what is happening, and I wish it continues, because from the sidelines, like even before I was born, some old man was there, and he's still there, and how he speaks, it doesn't make sense. So me, I just wish you all the best. Just keep heart, continue, keep pushing.
Thank you, Brian. The good girl.
Yes, good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much for hosting us today. I wasn't going to speak, but I think after.
By the way,
yes, please.
You've been doing a fantastic job yourself, hosting conversations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too. It's a call for all Ugandans, so it's my obligation to do what I can do. Like I always tell people that I host from time to time, but what you can do, you must do. It's a call for everyone. So don't think there is someone who has a bigger role. We all have the role to play, and what you can do, you must do in your capacity. You got to have no excuses, and let no one tell you you're doing nothing, because we all can't do the same thing.
Right.
Because as we are here, I'm sure we come from different backgrounds, we come from different homes, we have different capacities. So my call to Ugandans is use the capacity that is within your means to do what you can do. So that at the end of the day, we are all looking at a better Uganda that works for all of us at our levels.
Right.
So with that said, I came here to say that after Cynthia speaking and after you asked what are the demands, the biggest demand and the first demand that still stands, I don't care if it takes us a year or so, is Anita must resign. But on that, we have an urgent demand. All our brothers and sisters without any charges unconditionally. I repeat, we need our brothers released, our brothers and sisters released unconditionally. I don't think it makes sense for us to sit here and discuss a bunch of things when we have thieves. Sorry to use that word. You excuse me, sometimes I use strong language. But it is not upright for us to sit here and discuss and find means as we leave thieves right around, and we have innocent 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds in prisons for just speaking up. I know that people don't speak up. I was listening. I know there's a class of people that don't want to get on board, but at least they should have shame to have our 20-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds rotting away in jail for 2-3 weeks because they cannot speak up. I think if you don't want to call out the corrupt, at least call out these people that are keeping these young boys and girls in prisons. I think that's the right thing that they can do to support this. So we have an urgent demand that I thought I would come here and address. We need our brothers and sisters out of those dungeons as soon as possible.
Right. Thank you. Kalinaki, Colin.
Yes. Thank you. Hope you can hear me, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have any relationship to the other one?
Yeah. We have been having meetings and I've been attending. So what I want to say, what I want to talk about is first what Museveni said, that we are funded. All the youths who are protesting against corruption are funded by the foreign agents. It is because Museveni himself was funded into power. So he thinks everyone that is that speaks against him, against his rulership, against his government, is funded, because it is the very way he came into power. So we understand. And I replied to him telling him that he is both wrong and right. One is right to say that we have bad intentions for Ugandans. And I would like to say we have bad intentions for a few Ugandans that are benefiting from his government, because we know we are coming against corruption, and it is corruption that they are benefiting from. All these entities, all these government institutions, the police. We know the corruption in police. We know the corruption in parliament. We know. So if we come out and we say we don't want corruption in these sectors of the government, it will be a dead end for them. It will be a dead end for the government, because it stands on corruption. If these guys are not having anything to pocket anymore, they will get to their senses and say, maybe we can say bye to Museveni. We can
right.
feed payroll to him. So
thank you,
Robert. Let me just.
Paul Atwine. Yes, Robert. Yes, Robert. How are you? Good, good. Go ahead.
Yes. So I just wanted to first of all applaud all the contributions people have been making in the different aspects, from the advocacy, the crowdfunding, the guys who are coming up with all this tech material, the website where we're tracking people. Everyone is putting out information that helps people join this fight responsibly, because I think at the end of the day, we all have people that love us, and it's just comforting just knowing that everyone is just doing what they can to join this fight responsibly. The one thing that at least I've noted, not just here, but also in Kenya, is there's and it's happened over the years. There's a trend where people become experts in struggle, where the what someone has gone through creates a certain kind of hubris that they do not recognize, and you find yourself gatekeeping the very gatekeeping the struggle inadvertently, either through your actions or your words. And I think in terms of having a sense of ownership that cuts across classes, that cuts across, I personally, I no longer work in Uganda, but it does not stop me. It does not diminish my right. If I'm thriving in another economy, it does not diminish my right to demand for accountability. Because the one thing that's being used tactfully against us, and I've seen the breadcrumbs and the seeds being sown with this narrative on the timeline, is that because we do not share the same struggle, we cannot be united. And yet, I believe that we are all put, my number one belief is we are put to pave the way for others. As parents, as guardians, as caregivers, in whatever capacity. And it's normal for people to get comfortable in that role. The current regime got comfortable. They paved the way, they got comfortable. So now it's time for another generation to pave the way for the ones that are coming. But we cannot hoard struggle. You cannot develop hubris because of struggle. You cannot take ownership. You cannot feel like that because the other person left and the country and they're doing much better and they left the struggle in Uganda, that they have less right than you who's still in it to demand accountability, because that's a scarcity mindset.
Right.
It's what's being it has been weaponized to keep people in a certain state of mind where they see certain things as impossible. And until you break that scarcity mindset and you understand that regardless of our struggle, our futures are all woven together. I want to call Uganda home. I don't want it to be my graveyard. I don't want that I live my life in another country and then I only go back home to be buried.
Right.
That's why I'm invested in what's happening in Uganda. Putin called Africa a graveyard for the wealthy. Because all these politicians, even the captains of industry, you're seeing what's happening in what the regime is doing to Dangote in Nigeria, and that person will leave the country with all his investments and go to other economies that are thriving. So for me, I believe whether we're in diaspora, whether you're in there, it's still in Uganda, whether we have different struggle, at the end of the day, we want to call Uganda home. Uganda should not be a graveyard.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
Cedric Otolo Sedu.
All right. Thank you so much for this space. My name is Cedric Otolo. I'm from Lira, Northern Uganda. I just probably use only 1 or 2 minutes. And I want to really say thank you so much, everybody who is trying to bring something on the table. I personally feel so much pain with corruption, because I'm not afraid to say this if maybe anyone would judge me for this, but I personally won a very big amount of money from government, not really big in the actual sense, about 435 million. This was to boost innovations in Northern Uganda. But it's very sad to see that out of 435, I only received about 170 million. That was way back in 2021. And this was a 3-year contract which ended this month. So when I followed up everything, they looked at me as being a young person, that I have no voice. And then I remember one person told me that you can't really push up for government things, you're going to be killed. And to me, in my own view, as being a person who encourages the young people and also who is into tech, I have a feeling that if we stand up in the aspect of using even the digital tools, because many of us were shut down from you going on the streets and doing all that kind of stuff, but to see how can we embrace the power of tech and see how do we as young people build up very competent solutions to see how we can fight corruption. Because if we go all possible ways, it might be tricky, but there's also a way that we can solve it using technology. And my last encouragement to those who have authorities in terms of the young people who are up there, I would encourage you that when we get there, let's learn to see how to really speak out for the rights of these other young people who are below, because it's going to help us build together. It is very sad to see that the people we expect who are young like us to keep quiet on issues like this. So I encourage all of us to keep pushing and see how can we build more solutions. I have no problem thinking and sitting down with creative people and we build solutions that can help us fight this. I think I would love to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Senor Mitch. Senor Mitch.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Very loud and clear.
Yeah. Thank you. For starters, I would first like to reply to Paul. It's important that we realize that we can't gatekeep the struggle until people there are people who are coming to join the struggle without actually being held accountable for the things they did to help the current government and the current institutions that we have go into place. We have I remember in 2016 when I was voting for my first time, I asked people, where are we voting for Amama Mbabazi? He just came and suddenly he's saying government is bad. Didn't apologize. He was not held accountable for things that he did. And then suddenly we want to welcome people back. There are people who in the last election were influencing for the government on Twitter, influencing for the president, influencing for NRM. And we should keep them out of the struggle until they apologize for the things that they are doing. Secondly, I want to talk about holding people accountable, people that have platforms like musicians, influencers, people that say they are private citizens. We should not ask them to speak up. You cannot be a private citizen when we are calling out human rights abuse. That's not a time for you to say, you wait for me to speak up. When you're coming to us to buy your music, to listen to you on Spotify, when you're telling us to come to your shows, your concerts, when you're telling us to watch your content, you do not remember that you're a private citizen. Why are you being a private citizen when other people are being arrested and being called out? Also, I want people to remember that when people are calling out your pastors, your favorite artists, your favorite comedians, do not come and fight for them. I saw someone fighting for you people who are coming for our pastors, you should shut up. No, pastors should be called out, religious leaders, priests, brothers of Christian instructions, all of them, they should be called out, because in a time like this, they should be standing with the people and calling out things. We cannot be in a situation where someone like a prosecutor is disappearing from court and you're not even asking yourself that why do we have a situation where you're in court and the prosecutor just disappears? Lastly, and this is something I've been doing since Tuesday, when people have platforms, they should not make fun and ridicule people protesting. Since Tuesday, I've been asking Mr. Michael Moses or Michael Chiboneka, Uncle Mo, to come out and apologize and retract lies about the protests. He did claim that people were arrested in Kawempe. We sent their lawyers to Kawempe police station and there were no people arrested there. He claimed these people were bribing policemen at that police station. That didn't happen. I asked him and humbly asked him to please use his platform to come out and do the same. Because my mom sent me his artwork, his meme, and is telling me, why are you people bribing? We should use our platforms to call these people out. Thank you.
Thanks, Senor Mitch. Nelson Senyange.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, good afternoon.
We are level now.
Wherever every single person is from. Robert, it's quite nice to release me after 10 years. I am here. And quite interesting that 10 years ago you blocked me because I held you accountable.
I can't remember. I
still remember because you blocked me across all social media, even your LinkedIn. So,
really? Okay.
And the same issue was again about it was a corruption scandal at the time. You are heading New Vision, and I held you accountable. And then you realized that I was persistent with it. Then you blocked me. It is quite interesting that in 2024, the same person you have known over time, you have publicized for the government, you have defended it under New Vision, you're back with us here.
Even in my, not just as New Vision, even in my own private capacity.
In your private capacity, we would appreciate if you sent us some money that we can use to top up on bail money.
No, I said even in my own capacity, I have defended the government and I have defended the president. So I don't deny that at all.
Are you proud of that, Robert?
I am responsible for my history and for my actions.
That's why we are still going to hold you accountable for some of the things that have happened to this country under your watch. You have facilitated it to happen. And some of people that have really taken over from you have copied the same tactics that you are using earlier, the same things that I am doing today, using the national media that is paid by taxpayers are paying for it, and it is being used against the same citizens of this country. It's quite unfortunate that you set that pace for other people to copy from. But moving forward, I really want to appreciate every person who is part of this cause. There is a lot of information going around how young people are very much sponsored by imperialists to overthrow the government. Quite interesting and absurd at the same time, because no single young person has asked the president to step down. I don't know what the president's fear is. I don't know why the president has got to speak for parliament in terms of corruption scandals that the young people are talking about. I want the president's informers and his social media handlers to know that these young people are all, at the moment, are more concerned about what is happening in the parliament, because that's the kind of information they have access at the time. Yeah. We're asking the parliament to hold these people accountable for the corruption that has been exposed. There is a lot that is very much unexposed at the moment. If the speaker is so confident that there is no corruption scandal in her house, can she step down and a proper investigation is done? I think that's the least she could do. But what the young people are asking for her to resign, and commissioners that did take the money, the 1.7 billion. Yeah. Now, but in your capacity, as you are saying that you are part of this cause, you'd support the young people to stand up against corruption in the country. We would really appreciate if you came out on Monday and stood surety for a lot of young people. Or you might be scared that the regime is watching you. You are now, the young people are fighting against corruption. You can send a token anonymously to one of the numbers we have, so that we can raise enough bail money. Because at the moment, we know that the state is going to want to hold these people to show young people, you know what, if you keep going back to the streets, we'll take you to zero, and we can keep you for as much as we can. Unfortunately, we are not going to stop until something is done. Someone yesterday said, if the Gen Z and the millennials are acting this way, what will the Gen Alpha do? We are not really going to wait for our children to stand against corruption. We are going to do it so that our children, the Gen Alpha, get to enjoy that country. Yeah. So the intimidations that are going on are pretty much unnecessary. There is a big abuse of the law, because young people are now thinking, once we're done with the parliament, we need to, call out the judiciary. All entities under government that are overseeing whatever is happening at the time have been exposed. Nothing has come out of the judiciary to abuse. People are being charged of crimes are not, like, how can you charge someone of being either and disorderly when the head of the state said this is a charge, it's a bogus charge. That's how he called it. Those bogus charges that you charge people. And a magistrate is happy to remand someone over such kind of charge that is unconstitutional. It's quite unfortunate. My last call is to the young generation of Uganda. We are the youngest nation in the whole world. Do not sit back. Some of you, are trying to stop your friends from being part of the cause. You can be part of the cause by small contributions, using your voice to be heard. This entire movement is moneyless, it is partless, it is cashless, it is harmless, no violence. And once we get to the end goal of it, you're definitely going to put out a lot of things that have happened. And I want to appreciate the teams behind looking for missing people, the legal aid, lawyers, thank you so much, civil society organizations, NGOs, thank you so much, and all individuals that are really working to see that the young people that were apprehended, the missing ones, do get their freedom back. Thank you, Robert.
Right, and thanks for your feedback and comments to me. I Muguma, Mona, you're there now. Mona, you may need to unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I appreciate I have always been attending your space. My name is Wani Michael from South Sudan. I just want to say that I stand in solidarity with the young people of Uganda. We have been following very closely what is happening in Uganda and what has been happening in Kenya. Robert, in 2020, there was a youth gathering in the African Union in Addis Ababa, and I had opportunity to participate with, I think there were some few head of states who participated in that summit. And we did indicate that Africa is not working for the young people anymore. If you look at what has been happening in the continent, young people are tired of leaders who promise to the young people, and the thing that we are seeing in the generation of the NRA of 1986, or the SPLA of South Sudan, or the KANU of Kenya, that is already the old liberation days. The current generation of the Gen Zs and the millennials, they have no business with the liberation struggle that people always talk about. Hey, we fought, we liberated this country. So if you liberated the country, does that justify you to loot and corrupt the resources? And in fact, even the future of the Gen Zs, are no longer even there. Even they have gone as far as stealing the future of the millennials. So I think, to me, what we are witnessing in the continent is an angry young people who feel that Africa is not working for them. And I think that's what we see in Uganda. The young people say Uganda is not working for them. They will not wait for somebody else to come and make Uganda work for them. They will make Uganda work for themselves. The second intervention, Robert, I want to make is that this narrative of whenever young people come out and start demanding for accountability, good governance, and start asking questions to their leaders, they are always branded to be agents of foreign agents, or your call names, or your sympathizers of the LGBTQ community, and given all sorts of names. This is not only a Ugandan problem. I personally, in South Sudan, have been a victim of that. I have been interrogated by so many security organs, and the first question they ask you, who is funding you? Are you funded by Americans? Are you funded by the Europeans? I don't need to be funded by the Americans to understand that people are stealing my future. People are stealing my money. I pay tax every day, or whether direct or indirect taxes. And I think it's time African government need to understand that when we ask for accountability, nobody is telling us to ask for this accountability. It's because we pay taxes and we want return of those taxes. So I want to encourage the young Ugandans to understand that the idea that African governments bring that you are funded by foreign agent is not a Ugandan problem. Recently, you heard what President Ruto have been talking about in Kenya, that the protest in Kenya is being funded by foreigners. Is not. Because and I think I saw a tweet from somebody in Uganda who start asking questions like, no foreigner come to ask us taxes. For example, no foreigner is one managing URA. You know, no foreigner is the one giving less money to hospitals. I understand some Ugandans even say, if you go, for example, to Mulago, you cannot have access to even basic medicines that you really need. I listened to, I think, a voice of the IGG boss, I think Betty Kamia, who said, you know, none of them go to Mulago Hospital. It is the ordinary Ugandan. So I think as an African young man, I think it is time African governments who are old, who are tired, to me, they are exhausted. They're still in the cocoons of the liberation struggle of the old days. Young people want things work for them. For example, Robert, and this is my conclusion. You are taxing things that bring in the Gen Zs and millennials. For example, you are taxing or you are blocking Facebook, and young people are making money through Facebook. You want to tax even TikTok, you know, or you are making TikTok not accessible. And these are the things that bring money to young people. You're talking you're talking about them going to farming. They don't own land, you know. So it is time, I think, African government need to think about that. This current generation want things work for them, and if they don't make things work for them, the young people will rise up like what is happening in Uganda, and you cannot stop them, and they will still make Uganda work for them. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Right. Rosebell.
Hi, Robert. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I am so sorry.
It's okay. I need to jump off, but I just wanted to bring back just a few thoughts as we look forward. How do we engage? And it's very, very important. Several people talked about the question of language, the question of holding power accountable, but be cognizant of language. The fact that oftentimes when you're agitating for your rights, people want to impose civility. Like, oh, you cannot speak like that. Of course, we've had that history when Dr. Stella Nyanzi was putting all the protests and bringing all these issues to the forefront. A few years ago, we saw Ugandans wrestling with the question of what language, this is not acceptable, but there's no specific language to use. It's the least you can do to speak. So there's no specific language to use to get back your rights. Deploy every language you can, you know, and I mean it, like deploy every language, because what the people in power who are gaining and benefiting from every misery we have is that their job here is to pacify us. They will use tactics to pacify you. Let's dialogue, right? If you refuse dialogue, they will label you, you're a radical, but there's nothing wrong with being radical. Radical people have shifted the country. You must be radical enough. You must be actually insanely radical in order to reimagine a new reality from what we are facing. So they will try to find you, to neutralize you. You know, when money will not work, they will try to kind of label you and discredit you, to try to discard you from the national discourse and consciousness. So we have to continue to be together to watch out, to dispel misinformation and disinformation by people with big platforms, whether it's comedians or anybody. So for me, it's very, very important that we're on the lookout in the way power is being used in terms of in the information age. And then another weapon we need to look out for is religion. You people, we've been having enough people scapegoating, religious people getting cattle and vehicles because they say one word about homosexuals and using scapegoats, and all these people go to church and agree that, oh, our problem is homosexuality. Like, we need to snap ourselves out of that nonsense of religion. We need to have a religion, to be aware of the histories of religion and how they came here and how they were used in colonization, and mass erasure of our minds on who we are, and pacify us and not fight people in power. Religion has been at the heart of the creation of Ugandan state, and it continues to be used to immobilize people from taking action. So it's very, very important, hold those leaders, religious leaders accountable, and make sure that religion is not a tool that is used to explain away things, to delegitimize us from actually coming together. Then lastly, community. People talked about community. We already have communities, because I've talked about the mutual aid, right? How we run for each other. We've had car washes, you know, we started from that survival mode. But we need to reset these communities that we have. I know you all have WhatsApp groups. I'm in WhatsApp groups of my village, my sub-county, my district. We need to find ways to actually bring consciousness to those groups beyond survival politics. Build agency where you are. Those groups are already there. We are not starting from scratch. So use those spaces where you are. Start from where you are. Community might sound something so big, so out of reach for many, but everybody can do and start from where they are, and try to make every space you're in a very conscious space that is conscious of the suffering we are in, and then steps we need to take to hold not only among and have people in parliament accountable, but also Museveni, who has allowed this situation to go back, to go to where it is, because it benefits him. His longevity in power depends on breaking down the country's systems, and the parliament being a tool of thuggery, not a tool of the people. So we need to remember that, and we need to find ways to divest from their money ventures. All these people in power stealing money, they have apartments, they have dairy products. We need to identify the investment. We need to identify what are the products that we know of, and it's very easy to find who is owning what. Sometimes you think they're the ones who are surveilling us, but we can surveil their resources and hit where it hurts. So let's not only keep on like talking, even going to the marches is very important, but what other tactics that can include other people who might not speak, who might be afraid to speak, who might be afraid to protest, but they can refuse to give their money to these people who are holding us hostage in our own country. And lastly, to Azawi and everybody bringing in the art, it's very important that the revolution has color, that the resistance has color, has language, whether it's from literature or to musicians, for people conveying our pain every day through music, because everybody consumes music every day. Let's go away. Love is important and all these things and the romance, but in a time of war also, it's very important that music reflects the time. I think it was Nina Simone who said, the artist's duty is to reflect the times they are in. So we are so proud of Azawi to step forward and speak truth to power and be unafraid. We are with you. Do not be intimidated. Continue, and we need to see more people join you. And lastly, what is a revolution if I cannot dance? Continue making the music so we can dance, and we can continue storming our feet as we ask for, as we put back our nation where we need it to be. So thank you, everybody. I'm so proud of you, and let's continue.
And thank you, Rosbell. The Lil King. The Lil King.
Oh, thanks so much. Hello, fellow Africans. Can you hear me, Robert?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, thanks so much. Hello, fellow African brothers and sisters. I'm the Lil King from Ethiopia. I might have nothing to say about the internal matters, basically, but I would like to share some experiences from what we had back home in Ethiopia. Mm-hmm. And first of all, I would like to appreciate all the efforts you're pushing forward here, Robert, and as a fellow brothers and sisters. I have been attending spaces that were being hosted by Kenyan brothers and sisters, and I've got much more energy from them. And the same is here. Many more eloquent speakers, well-educated minds, great ideas. Yeah, so sorry. What I want to say is, we're experiencing genocide in Ethiopia after protesting for decades, probably 3 or 4 decades. So now we're fighting the genocidal government. So what I would like to suggest to you guys, there's a need to change a political culture in Africa in general, not the political classes specifically. We need the working system. We need a system that works for the people, not for the governors, for themselves. So I think we can start doing so by starting from clarity of thoughts and legitimizing the causes. And what we are doing is just that, I think. So I may have a suggestion to you all to have prepare a link tree to post and repost while you are here hosting spaces, and expertise in different different academic careers can write different articles just to make your cause very clear and legitimate for the public, and then you can just push forward. So, and everybody can, should involve in the case or in the cause. Because we can't have anybody to come to secure us or to save us at this critical time. Yeah. The other thing I want to add, I heard one Kenyan young man saying, practicing abnormally in an abnormal condition is normal. So yeah, we need to be irrational, I would say. What I mean in that sense is we need to decide to die for the cause. To that maximum limit, So that's what we are doing back home in Ethiopia. The government waged a full-fledged war on the Amhara people for a year now. It has been started last August last year, and we're still fighting. But the very good thing I can tell you guys is, as long as you have a legitimate cause and clarity of status, you are the winners from now on. Yeah, it's not easy to express my deepest feeling as I imagined.
You have been very clear. We've understood
Thank you so
very
much.
well.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, English is not my first language, as most of you know that, but I'm just trying to be as brief as I can. So, and the other thing, as far as awareness creation is concerned, you can expose the level of corruption, you can expose the illegitimacy of the government, you can expose as all the systems are not working for the people, but for the governors, for themselves, through different platforms like X, like this one, and many more articles can be written by different scholars. So please do that. And one thing I can say lastly, just to wrap up, we're here to support in any possibilities, as we have many more things in common. We can suggest, we can provide some directions from our experiences, and I can probably suggest some good speakers next time.
Yeah. So I'm
thank you so much.
I'm gonna follow you, so you can DM me people.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, definitely. Right. Let's be followed each other. We can have discussions like this with Kenyans, with Ugandans, with Nigerians, and with some other African countries to change the system for the system to work for us. Thanks so much. I appreciate it, Robert. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just here and there. Sorry about that. But
no worries. No worries at all.
Thank you.
Good. Orin Asimwe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Your voice is very low.
I'm sorry. So I hope
you
can
wearing
hear me now.
Earphones or something?
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for that. And thanks everyone who has done something to create awareness for this cause. I don't know, I came in late in the space, so I don't know if this was addressed, but if
just say what you have to say.
I'd like to recall. We need to find a way of creating awareness, because the other day I was in town and people, like I was listening to people speak, and for them they thought this was targeting people or it was a political move, but we need the numbers, we need the people, so we need to find a way of telling people that corruption affects us all in every way, and therefore they should be able to join us in this cause. Yeah. So I don't know how we're going to do it, but we really need the numbers. We need everyone to understand that they need to join us in every way they can. Those who can contribute, those who can march, let them march, but they need to join us. Thank you.
Thanks, Orin. And finally, Hashim Kapla.
Thank you so much, Robert. Can you hear me well? Can anyone hear me well?
You're very loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Once again, it's really important for us to be able to meet virtually, albeit, and discuss matters of utmost importance in our country. I am not a Gen Z, I'm a millennial, but I was introduced to the concept of corruption when I was still in secondary school. So I wanted to start my contribution with a bit of a scenario that I went through. So I felt like I had a heart issue. So I went to the Mulago Heart Institute. Now I went, of course, with a parent. My dad had a little bit of money. He worked in the World Health Organization. They used to meet with these people, with doctors and all that. So naturally, and that's in quotes, naturally, I was meant to, don't have to line up, just go through everyone and go straight to the office and see the doctor. But on my way, I found people lying down in the corridor. People had slept there. Others were there without appointment, just hope that maybe when you're near a doctor, maybe he will feel the pity and see you. But there I was walking with 2 feet upright. I just went through the whole system and entered and see the doctor. But when I was inside there, I don't know what happened to me. When the doctor asked me, what's wrong with you? I said, I'm fine. So my dad looked at me and he's like, but you said you had a heart issue. You can't breathe well, you're struggling. I said, Dad, I'm fine. But when I went back to school, I realized that what I saw when I went to Mulago, it really shook me so much that I realized that this condition that I am exaggerating was actually not as bad as it is. And there were people whose opportunity to see a doctor, I was impeding because of that corruption. Now, this is a story that stuck with me up to now. I'm 32 years old, but I keep remembering that time. So I can only imagine how many people go through such a scenario. I'm sure there are very many. That's just a scenario I wanted to start with. Now, if I dig into the current affairs, what we are dealing with right now, there is something that we are skipping. When the people in power say that foreign agencies are behind the march to corruption and whatnot, it might seem like a blunt statement, but it really isn't. It has a very, very significant undertone. And what does this mean? As a Ugandan, you are intellectually incapacitated. You do not see these things happening from the outset. That's why they steal your money and do all those things. But you need these foreign NGOs to direct you, to point for you that, oh, now you need to make noise on matter A, B, C, D. But on your own, you don't have that capacity to do that on your own. They forget that fighting corruption is an event. It's not a process. Yeah, this process, it's a process, not an event. This process was started by very many people, and as we grow, become more aware of the inequalities in our society and how we deal with them. And every now and then, someone joins the struggle. But the people in power are so arrogant and tone deaf that they do not see that. Now, I have a few recommendations for us as the people who are really affected by this. One, do whatever you can, what you're good at. We have people who are good in legal aspects. We have people who are good in social mobilization. We have people who are good in mobilization of funds. We have people who are good in promotion. We all can't be doing the same thing, but each and everything we do has a positive impact. The underlying denominator in our struggle against corruption is the realization that we need to save our nation. We may not all have the resources and security, like maybe to openly speak about the government. Some people will speak about the government today and tomorrow they'll be gone. I think I saw Rama was saying yesterday that now his wife has joined the fight against corruption. And if the police come, they'll take all of them, the house will remain empty. And it's a sad reality. But the point is that whereas some people have this security and they might speak out, not everyone does, but it does not mean that you should eliminate yourself. Secondly, I would like, and this is something I'm willing to work on with anyone, I believe that no crime should go unpunished, especially in terms of embezzlement of government funds. I believe that we should have transitional, long-standing political accountability. It doesn't matter if I'm Mama Mbabazi or whoever. That's just an example. I'm sorry for bringing it up. It doesn't matter if person X or Y stole money in 1998 and we're in 2025. There are people who needed that money in 1998. We need to have long-standing accountability. We need to have a database. Of course, the government will not support this, but we need to have this record somewhere else. At a certain time T, when the conditions are favorable, when we have liberated our nation, we have to go back and revisit. Why is this important? Because as a country where grievances have been done, there has to be some form of reparations. There has to be an example for the people who are currently in power at that time to avoid the mistakes of the past. Now, in conclusion, the day after is very important. When we are fighting against corruption now, assuming we realize our targets tomorrow, what do we do on the day after? That's very, very important. Everyone has their own idea of what that environment will look like. It's not necessarily important to share it here because there are some people here with ill intentions, you never know, but that day is very important. I'd like to end with a quote. Nothing can stand in the way of an idea whose time has come. I think the idea that we have is past, is long overdue. The time has come. So this is a process and we will keep going. It's not an event. We lose today, we reconvene tomorrow and start again. We know what we want at the end of the struggle. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like to applaud and commend everyone who is taking part in the struggle because it's one that we do for ourselves, we do for our children and for our children, for God and my country. Thank you very much.
On that note, folks, I would like to thank General Muchamuntu, Rosebel Kagumire, Dr. Jacob Otile, Godwin Toko, Jackie Kemigisa, Cynthia, Maria Alezi. Thank you very much, all of you, for having set aside time to come and talk to us. Those of you who joined the conversations, I am truly, truly grateful for you spending your time to share your perspectives. This is a conversation that's just started and it will go on, and there will be many other people who will be setting up these kinds of conversations, and please just attend them. It's also one way in which we get the process moving. A special thanks to Azawi, who has really spoken from the heart and has expressed our souls. Just listen to her music. That's the best we can do for her. At least she's shown us what courage can do when you take it. To the rest of you, thank you very much for being here. I've got to go now. So thank you very much for being on African Speak. My name is Robert Kapshinga, and I would like to sign out for the weekend. I'll see you again on Monday.